And we're live? Question mark? Maybe?
Oh, well.
Looks like it.
Live?
Yep.
With
I just
audio
got a
and
notification.
everything? With audio and everything? These are questions.
Yeah, the audio's going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
audio do be going. Sick.
Yep.
Ghost
Picture isn't the right one. Right. So audio is working.
Audio is working.
I mean, is this still the stream starting soon, which I assume is technically still accurate.
Well, guess what? Now it doesn't say that anymore. Get done.
And now it's time for stream.
Now
stream
it's
time.
stream time.
Featuring the stream chair. Chair for streaming, and also we pulled it out of a stream.
True!
Yeah.
Listen, nature gave us the stream chair.
Yep.
And so now it is ours, and it is a stream chair.
You traded it for your Dr. Pepper.
I did. I sacrificed like half a cup of Dr. Pepper for the stream chair.
I'll also point out that Kai has it turned backwards, so the back of the chair is facing my desk.
We all know Kai is incapable of sitting in chairs normally. This is just a fact.
You gave me a new chair, and I had to figure out how to gremlin in it.
And you're sitting backwards in it. And you're sitting backwards in it, with your legs like around one of the sidebars, Kai.
Why are you
facing the
surprised?
microphone.
I'm just calling Kai out for this, alright?
Send out the door.
It's strategic. This way I'm facing the microphone and not anything
Sitting in a chair normally and facing the microphone?
If I sit in any other direction, I'm facing the video and not the microphone. The microphone is more important than that.
So hey, welcome back to Periphery, Ramos. This is the game where we play the game, and also apparently spend like the opening 5 minutes of the stream talking about a chair. What's poppin'? We're back. It's episode 4. We should probably do introductions. Do we want to start from the top? Take it away.
We always start from the top. Hi, I'm Abigail. I am playing Cynthia, who uses she, her. And she's a probably normal older woman from Granted, who is about to have a nice chat with Tom.
It's gonna be fine.
Hi, I'm James. I play Frank Smith, and Frank Smith is currently the owner of the local ice cream shop, and the person trying to prevent these idiots from getting themselves murdered in a random house. Hashtag burn down the Granton Spook House.
Don't do that. It's
But I kinda wanna.
Hey, what's up? It's me, Milo, the idiot who's trying to get himself killed in the spook house.
Yeah, no. Hi, I'm Parker. I use he and pronouns. I'm playing Milo, who also uses he and pronouns. And yeah, paranormal live streamer who is trying to get himself killed. But hopefully won't.
I'm Kai. I'm playing Tom. Tom is a grocery store man who is not having a good time right now. You know, sometimes the guy that you thought was your friend actually died 38 years ago and his house is like falling apart around you. So, that's fine.
And I am Kellen, master of ceremonies and gaming. And my knees really hurt because I just jumped off a fucking chair and stopped the landing. It's your boy. I made a game. Now we're playing it. I made a campaign. We're playing that in the game that I made. It's me. Also, all the art is still me. It's all me. It's always been me. And yeah, I'm not that interesting when I'm not, like, pretending to be someone else, pretending to try and kill, these idiots, so.
And we're here to make Kellen regret all of those decisions.
One of us is beholden to the dice, buddy! Keep talking! Keep talking! Keep talking! Chat it up, really get comfy, really just let it all out. I'm coming for you, and you're going to be deceased. So that's us. We're on episode 4, which means that there was an episode before this. And if you weren't there for that,
Yep.
what the fuck are you doing? Go watch it. It's on YouTube. But if you really are not interested in spending 5 hours of your time doing that right now, and you want to watch us live right now, can I get a recap on episode 1 through 3, but mostly 3, I think, is maybe
episode
fine.
3. Episode 1 through 3. Episodes 1 and 2, we met 2 men, mostly. There were some other things that happened, but mostly we met some men.
Who?
Maddox Jones, a local professional gambler who just does his bingo secrets are cocaine. He doesn't like people, especially Cynthia. And Hector, who recently moved to town, is what he said. Episode 3, Frank heard some ominous train noises. There's no trains running, but there were train noises. Tom continued hanging out with Hector, which included going fishing at like 4 in the morning. Cynthia invited Maddox to coffee, and then Maddox was like, showed up to coffee like an hour late and was like, "What are you, a cop? Fuck off." And Cynthia was like, "I can't argue with that." Hector and Tom had a night out, or not a night out, an afternoon out, sort of, and then ended up at Hector's house, which was a fun time. It was bad.
It went wonderfully. It went
unbelievably.
excellently. It was
Yeah.
so good. Don't even worry
Entirely
about it.
unrelated. Milo went back to the spook house the same evening. And Tom had just gotten to the top of the staircase to see that Hector had done a painting of his house when the floor fell out from underneath him, and Milo had to save him from dying in the spook house, which is also Hector's house. The spook being resident ghost Hector Schoen, who died like 38 years ago, which Tom found out 2 days later?
With the help of Cynthia.
Yeah, he didn't want Cynthia to come along, but Cynthia did anyway.
And also knows things that are helpful.
Not that Tom knows that. Yeah,
Cynthia
so
got the whole lead about it being in the 70s or 80s. What
yeah,
are you talking about?
I had enough of a lead to go on anyway. But yeah, so we left off. The end of session 3 was Cynthia and Tom had just gone to the records hall, which is the town hall. I don't know why it's a records hall. The records basement of the town hall.
The paper.
And learned that Ghost. Didn't learn that Ghost. Learned that man died in house. And then Tom didn't want to. Tom just wanted to leave, but Cynthia wanted to have wanted to have a chat. And Tom couldn't really argue too much. Also, Frank heard the train again, but it was closer.
Choo choo.
A ghost house, train, ghost in ghost house. Yep.
Mandor hand hook.
Not quite.
So now that we're kind of up to speed mostly, if you could follow any of that.
We gotta stop just saying, like, the man did thing.
That you're not wrong about that being our current modus operandi and it being maybe not super helpful to the average new viewer, but that's okay.
You can
But
also
also-
read the wiki where there's a write-up of events that happen.
Yeah, do you expect
They're
Kai
more
to say
coherent
things
than
other
that.
than that?
But if we want to play this good game, we have to do some start of session moves. Everybody's favorite. We gotta set up reflections, and also Milo needs to roll me some dice. So I guess we can do Well, I mean, we'll go in splash order for answering the single sole question of who is making you nervous right now at the table here today. And then if you happen to be making somebody nervous, that means you get to give them a funny stat that they will then keep track of a little bit, so that if they roll it, they know for later.
So I think the person making Cynthia the most nervous right now is Tom, because he's clearly
Really?
he's clearly going through a lot, and there's at least something that he hasn't quite said yet that is bothering him. Besides the fact that Hector died 38 years ago. Yeah, Tom's got Cynthia worried today.
Cynthia can have Moxie.
Excellent. Wait, no.
I have woken up and chosen violence on this fine afternoon.
Thanks.
And Frank.
For the third session in a row, the answer is 1 Milo McCreary. Because Milo, this last session, proved that he is 1 a liar, and 2 does not have a sense of self-preservation. Because after almost dying in the Granton Spook House, he went back and almost died again in the Granton Spook House. Although Frank didn't have to pull him out this time. Still,
Frank didn't have to pull him out this time, but he did come back and show Frank ghost videos,
Yeah.
and was also cut up, and Frank did still have to do some first aid for him. So yeah, he's worried that this idiot is actually going to get himself killed, or one of his delinquents killed, which would be worse.
Alright, how about brains?
Brains, alright. That is not Frank's strong suit, but we'll see how it goes.
Milo.
Yeah, it's probably gonna have to be the idiot that he stopped from falling into a hole.
Why ever would you? Why ever would he be making you
I wonder
nervous?
why.
Nothing to do with just walking into an obvious hole in the floor.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's give Milo grit. I expect you can guess who's making Tom nervous. Was your guess Cynthia? Because that would be right.
Wherefore?
Oh, do I have to say
You do have to say why.
You wanna not leaving me alone. Why can I not just learn this bad information in peace? You wanna talk about it? What do you mean?
It's not healthy, Tom.
Giving people space to process their emotions is unhealthy. Cynthia.
Yes, Cynthia.
Listen, it's fine. But Tom doesn't need a stat.
True. Tom can have brains.
That's my favorite stat. I don't know why I ever put it all down for fun.
Cool. Milo has a start a session move?
Yeah.
Milo, would you care to elucidate us on the nature of that start of session move?
A funny dice, and it gives Kellen weapons.
True. That is how it works.
Oh, you're gonna get a lot today. That was 2 + 1.
Gaming!
Oh, no.
I love having a lot.
So
Hold on, let me
Yeah.
open a new page of notes so that I can scrawl your demise on its pages. Alright, hit me.
so you get to pick two. That's fun. How about you're push tripped or distracted by nothing, and you suffer a stroke of bad luck.
I'm gonna have a fun fucking session. Alright. So that's sick and cool and good. And that's also the last of our, like, setup that we have to do. So, if you all will think back to last session, we left off with Cynthia and Tom going for a bit of a drive to maybe take a quick breather, have a little chit chat, while they sort of go for a bit of a cruise. Where are they headed? I don't know. I'm not in the driver's seat.
That would be Cynthia.
That would be Cynthia.
But I am.
The Car Talk podcast.
But yeah, this feels like maybe an important discussion to tap into right about now. So if you two wanna
No warm up, just
wanna
go.
wanna set the scene a little bit and take us there.
Yeah, so they've just sort of like gotten in Cynthia's old beat up Thunderbird.
Cynthia didn't trust Tom to drive. Which is very reasonable of her.
Yep, Cynthia's driving, and I think like they sort of pull out of the parking lot of the Granton City Hall.
Town
Hall. This is in no way a city. It's barely even a town. But I think as we're like pulling out and just sort of driving out of town, which takes about 2 minutes, I can imagine, to get out of town, quote unquote. And I think we're just sort of going on a drive through the woods. No specific destination in mind. I think Cynthia's sort of angling to do a big sort of loop around and come back to Granton. But I think like it takes a couple minutes. There's like a couple minutes of silence there unless Tom says anything.
Tom is not starting the conversation.
So I think there's like a
do
couple
this
minutes of just sort of not talking before Cynthia's just like, so, Hector, huh?
I mean, you still don't get anything.
I wish I knew what to tell you, Tom. You know, I mean, as I've heard it from you, you know, you've seen him up and about, which is a little hard to explain. With the disappearance, accidents in almost 40 years ago. Which, let's see if we can maybe make something of it.
Like what?
I mean, it's clearly a confusing situation. And
confusing is one word for it.
Terrifying?
That's another word for it.
Either way, I think having answers or some sort of explanation would be helpful to you. I can help you look for that. Um, I think if you would be willing to tell me what sort of got you, sparked your interest in what, or caught your attention, I guess, on like this sort of tragedy.
Can I read between the lines on Cynthia?
Yes.
I'm gonna do that. With general suspicion, which isn't the stat.
No.
Um. I don't know. I feel like it might be brains.
See, here's
Just
the thing
because-
though. Currently,
Yeah, that
Tom
doesn't
is
feel right.
on the borderline of a breakdown, has none of the facts to back up anything that might be contrary to anything Cynthia's saying. I think that would require a little more logic than he has access to at this moment.
Yeah. I don't know. Very possibly. Well, it's either soul or grit. Probably soul.
I could see soul.
Not that I'm like good at soul, but
not bad at it
I'm
either.
not bad at it. I don't have anything in it. I didn't even get off my dice. Good
So
job.
that would be, yeah, like tuning in kind of to her emotional state right now for answers.
Yeah. These ones are volunteered. 8 plus nothing is 8 is 1 hold.
What's your question?
Well, my question is, Cynthia, I know that like this is your whole thing, I guess, but like, why are you doing this? What do you? What's your motive behind asking Thomas to Pascal what would make him feel better about seeing a ghost? Learning that one of the people he considered a friend in town was a ghost.
Is caring about Thomas DePasca as a person a valid answer?
I mean, it is an answer.
It's a valid answer.
Because it's true.
Okay.
That's her primary motivation here. Tom, I know this is upsetting to you, and I just want to make sure you're not alone through this. I really do care about you. And I want you to know that I'm here for you through this. And anything you might need.
Okay. I mean, I do appreciate everything that you've like done. You helped me not like. I mean, you were there while I was on bed rest, but it was just I don't. What can you do to help with this? Where do I start?
This is the part where I, as a person, wish I knew how to answer this question. I think just it's what do you remember about him? The him you knew.
What What is that supposed to mean? That I still know?
The version of him you went on a fishing trip.
I don't know. He was alive? Had just moved here? Really weird hours because he's a painter?
He's a painter. What? Um, this is Tom. I'm so sorry. First, I say I don't know. Everyone deals with this differently, and this is certainly not an ordinary case or circumstance.
What, losing someone?
Yes. Um,
I don't even know if he's actually, like, gone. Because apparently he can stick around.
yeah. And I don't think I don't know how to explain that, honestly. I wish I did. Um, I can look into it for you if you'd like. But
I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you can just, like, look into and find
Yeah.
any answers. It's fucking ghosts. Why ghosts? No one knows for real.
true that.
Lots of
Yeah.
people have lots of different ideas.
I can't. I would say here that, like, you know, ghosts are not real, but I mean, we have conclusive evidence that they are here.
Yeah.
So
You can't talk me out of this one.
and I won't try to. Um, I'm not sure. Hmm. I feel like I'm still sort of missing part of this, sort of the picture here. Um, if you don't want to share, that's okay. But if you're willing to tell me how you like learned about Hector sort of being alive and earlier, uh, or what sort of started that chain of thought that led us to the archives, I would appreciate knowing.
If you want this information, it's gonna have to be a roll. I can tell you that.
All right.
I don't know what role it would be.
Can I see that for a second?
None
Well,
of the
you don't
readers
get to
for the
put
lines
stuff
question
behind
are
rolls if there's not a
exactly
roll to be rolled.
Yeah. I don't know that any of the read between the lines questions are exactly accurate.
I think
Mhm.
if it's
I
not.
think.
But yeah.
Could you argue for like make your case?
I'm not an NPC.
But you're not an NPC,
No,
right?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like if you're trying to convince Tom to tell you something, Tom either is convinced or isn't. That's not a dice problem.
Yeah, I don't think Tom is convinced at this point. No, you don't get anything. I'm just sitting in the car.
We get a couple more minutes of silence.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think we get that couple minutes of silence, and I think then Cynthia speaks up again and says something like, Do you know what you need right now? I think at this point the car's sort of like we've sort of circled around and are heading towards Granton.
Uh, I don't know. A nap, some answers, a way to ask him what's going on.
Alright. Um,
I would say a stiff drink, but that's never been anything I've gone in for.
I can't say I would condone that, but yeah, get yourself some rest. Is it all right if I come by in the evening? I'll bring you some dinner. Um, I hope I don't need to.
Sure. But yeah, I mean,
And
yeah.
try not to do anything too rash about it. All right.
I'll see what I can do.
Excellent. Um. Cool. Um, can I at this point attempt to do my empath thing to maybe help Tom chill out just a little bit? Um,
That depends on if
I mean,
Tom
I
meets the
think-
criteria for doing that move.
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't think. What is it? A vulnerable?
when you reach out to establish an emotional connection with someone vulnerable, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I think even just like sitting and talking about this, even if it was just sort of a like obstinate kind of a way, I think Tom is doing better than he was when we were walking out of the records hall. So I don't know that this would necessarily. I don't think vulnerable is exactly the right word for the state that Tom is in anymore.
Sure. I think like the rest of the drive back to Granton, Cynthia turns on the radio. It's an old radio. It's not the greatest sound reception, but there's one channel it's on, and it's always been on that channel. They lots of like swing vibes.
Hell yeah.
It sounds like you're listening to like.
It's the radio in the 50s.
Yeah, it's the radio in the 50s because it is a radio from the 50s.
So of course it plays 50s music. That's how that works.
There's one station. She spent a long time trying to find it. Yeah, so I think, turn on the radio, no conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not a super long drive back to the records. But you do
Right.
need to put me back at the records.
I do have to put you in the car. Yeah, I think Cynthia, like, drops Tom off there. It's like, take care of yourself. If there's anything else you need, feel free to give me a call.
I think you just get sort of a like thumbs up and a wave over your shoulder as I'm going back home.
And they part ways.
Sick. Frank, what are you up to? Nowabouts. Today, tomorrow.
It's still Monday afternoon, or it's. I had something I wanted to do Monday afternoon, I think, but or like the rest of Monday afternoon, but it is not particularly urgent.
I think what Frank's gonna do is he's gonna take a little bit of time off. Yeah, that's the word, time off. Put on a backpack and go on a day hike up by the railroad tracks.
Wow. I mean, yeah,
On
there
Tuesday,
is
train day.
I'm left to assume that you're referring to the sort of historical, like, industry tracks out in Delum.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. Sure. I mean, there's plenty of trails out in that area, so.
Yeah, he's just gonna like try to walk basically along the tracks and see if there's any evidence of anything coming through here.
I mean, this chunk of the like this line is still kept pretty clear of like debris and stuff because they do still occasionally use it. So we're not talking like totally overgrown with obvious like train marks. I almost said train tracks. That's not how that works. No, but like you know, it's all pretty well like managed by whoever the fuck manages it, and so it's pretty cool. I mean, I like train tracks. They're neat.
Yeah, I think he's just gonna kind of walk up and down the train tracks, take a hike.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a little day of it. I think that's cool.
Yeah.
I don't know, if you're like looking for something in particular and you want to poke around, I'm open for that, but it's not like there's nothing that's like glaringly suspicious about the train tracks.
Also, Frank does not know what he is looking for.
Yeah, I kind of get the vibe that might be the case, but
He's like, I've been hearing train whistle. I'll go walk up the railroad track, see what happens.
no train whistles, no trains, no like post-it notes that are like kind of spectral and smoking that say "Ghost Train was here."
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right. Yeah, that's what Frank Smith's doing with his day.
Milo, what about you?
What day is it again? It's
Like Monday afternoon.
like Monday.
Frank's hike was on Tuesday because Tuesday morning was when he heard the train again, for the record. But we're doing sort of Monday or Tuesday. Take your pick.
Moose.
Yeah, I mean, probably mostly just kind of like
Recovering.
Yeah, from Spookhouse to Electric Boogaloo, but yeah.
Well, no one's gonna interrupt you that I'm aware of, so enjoy your chill afternoon.
Cynthia not messing with the people in the inn. Imagine.
I think Matic might have put her off of that for a little while.
Just a little.
I'm trying to decide if Cynthia knows how to text.
I don't know that I would believe that.
She certainly doesn't know how to text efficiently.
True. I know listen, if Cynthia knows how to text, I know how it goes. I'm just trying to determine if that's something she understands how to do in the first place.
She knows how to text, and she texts like my grandfather. She uses like every ounce of SMS she can wring out of her device. Absolute bare minimum number of characters per text.
Oh, I was thinking Cynthia texts, but it's in like entire paragraphs.
That's an acceptable alternative.
No, I was thinking like Cynthia writes a letter.
Dear so-and-so.
Like she's writing
comma,
a letter.
new
Dearest
line.
Milo. Dearest Milo, comma, new line. I hope you are well and have been enjoying the local scenery. I am writing to ask. I want this to happen. This is happening. This is the exact text Milo is getting. I am writing to ask, inquire into any information you may have found about ghosts and the supernatural in our area. Take care, Ms. Cynthia.
What day is this on?
Probably day after, late, like afternoon of the long drive day. So.
While your phone goes off, you were resting, but it's not rest time anymore.
It's like a task.
Yeah, I think Milo might just respond like, I got some footage if you want to see it.
I think the answer is a long-winded yes.
Dear Milo, thank you for replying. I would love to.
Exactly. When and where works best for you? I'm unavailable this evening, but if you have plans, I can work around them.
I think you just get a text back from Milo that's like, just stop by whenever. I think you know where to find me.
She might possibly know where to find you.
Just a little bit.
Tom, you had something you were doing right around
I
now?
did. Yeah. I think I finally, now that I like have some idea what I'm looking for, I think it's time to dig out all of the like a ghost research and try and sift through it and like can I get any idea of why ghost? Which I have a move for. Which I'm almost certainly, yeah, it just says roll with brain. That's what I'm doing. Bad. 5.
Bad.
I don't get to know. That's only a 5.
What is it? What is the actual result on a 5?
I just don't learn anything. Because it's the move is did your research. When you consult your notes to look for parallels or correlations to the situation, access your research roll with brains. On a hit, you notice a pattern, and then either 1 or 2 questions. So
Gotcha.
I just don't get to know, which makes sense.
Well, I think what you get to know is like if you Google like ghosts, there's a Wikipedia page that kind of sums up the information you were looking for anyway, you know?
Yeah.
So you don't glean anything
relevant.
You ask why ghosts. Like literally open your phone right now, Google like why are ghosts? That's the information you have to go off of. Like
okay. Yeah.
The first result is a page titled The Science of Ghosts at sciencenewsforstudents.org.
It's from 2019.
Well, there you have it.
Great.
So, anyone else got any big plans?
I mean, Cynthia promised Tom to stop by in the evening. I think that happens.
Yeah.
I
don't know that that's like a whole conversation. Though.
Yeah.
That's just Tom being like, "Thank you for food. Goodbye."
I think like Cynthia brings up. I feel like Cynthia doesn't intend to stay long, but definitely brings up like, hey, if you're looking for more answers, there's this Milo guy who he's a ghost.
Yeah, you told me about
the
him
ghost
before.
there. You should go see him.
He's at the B&B?
Yes.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
I think that's how that goes, pretty much.
Cool. All right. I mean, it sounds like the next day or so is fairly uneventful. I don't know when Cynthia's gonna go check in on Milo or whatever, whenever that was happening.
Yeah.
I know Frank also wanted to have a word with him, and now Tom does too. So,
Everyone wants to have a chat with
Everyone wants to
Milo.
talk to Milo.
he's an
Frank is
interesting
probably
guy.
the least urgent about it. He's just like, Milo, at some point we should talk.
I don't know. Is Tuesday afternoon when Cynthia goes to see Milo? Because I think that might have some effect on if Cynthia drags Milo and Tom into the same room by the scruffs of their
I
neck.
feel like that's maybe a little later. I don't think Cynthia's maybe the first one to talk to Milo if a bunch of people are going to maybe talk to Milo. So she probably puts it off till like maybe Wednesday.
I don't know. Tom isn't being proactive about it. I have to go to work and like sleep.
Frank might be though.
That's true. Frank might
Frank
be.
has literally already said that he doesn't
Yeah.
care.
I think
Well,
Cynthia's
yeah.
probably the one to first see Milo.
Cool.
Because
Yeah,
Cynthia
Never mind.
doesn't have a job.
To note that I think after Tom like gets a night or two of real sleep, he's back to waking up at like 6 and watching the road.
Okay.
Just in case. Not really expecting to see anything, but like
So the first morning that you really would be doing this would be
probably Wednesday.
Wednesday morning. All right.
Yeah, because if I don't sleep Sunday night and then do sleep Monday night, that would be Wednesday.
Cool. So do we want to do a Wednesday? That sounds like the next time things are happening.
Yeah.
It's
Wednesday
Wednesday,
afternoon.
my dudes.
Wednesday. I guess Tom is the first one awake.
Yep.
Probably. And, Tom, nobody's walking down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting anything. I just, in case.
So I'm assuming you just, like, get up and you go sit, like, in
Yeah.
the window and you're watching the road.
Yeah.
From that position, you can also see, I would assume, sort of where your front lawn meets the woods to the south of your house.
Yeah.
Because that's where you would probably spot the sort of vaguely human-shaped something. It's just kind
Cool.
of standing at the edge of the woods.
Would it happen to look a little bit familiar?
Define familiar. Doesn't look like anything
Okay.
other than
Does
kind
it
of
have familiar vibes?
define familiar vibes.
As is it particularly reminiscent of the time that I spent when we like mid-December to early March, I think. What is the timeline on that?
It might be fairly similar.
When there was a thing out the window.
It might possibly be somewhat reminiscent
Great.
of the shadowy,
The thing out the
undefined
window.
entity that might have possibly been a little upsetting to you when you were bedridden after a near-death experience.
Great.
It might possibly be somewhat similar to that.
Great. I don't think I'm doing anything about that other than being a lot more scared than I was before.
Yeah. Anyone else have any big plans for Wednesday?
I'm gonna go talk to Milo in the afternoon.
That is true. What does that look like?
Cynthia calls ahead, as she normally does. Give him a little bit of warning. And then, yeah, she, like, shows up, knocks on Milo's door. So I heard you have some ghost footage.
Yeah.
Which probably looks more like Cynthia's like shows up as like, "Hi, how are you doing? Do you want to go somewhere to have a chat, or is just downstairs in the common area fine? You know, because I'd love to see your ghost footage."
I mean, I think the common area is okay.
All right, so they settle in there.
It's not like it's a secret. It's all posted to. Like,
So Milo, I heard you have some. You actually found some ghosts. Some footage of that, which is very exciting. I know that's what you were up here looking for. How was that? How was that experience for you? I hope you weren't in too much danger.
no, I think I was fine. I mean, the other dude that was there was a bit.
Thanks, Milo.
But
Thanks a lot.
it was a lot more exciting than what was it, Hollow Hill?
Oh, where were you? And you said there's someone else?
Yeah. Did Milo ever catch Tom's name? I forget.
Yeah.
He did. I don't know
You
if
don't
you
have a last, you just have Tom.
But yeah, no, I think. Yeah, no, it's just like. Sorry, I'm going over. Back to that house in the woods again.
Out in the woods. What did you find?
Ghosts.
Tell me about
And
it.
this dude almost tried to like walk into a hole in the floor.
Oh
Talked about
my.
like seeing shit. I don't know what he was on, but
What was the ghost like?
I mean, not super friendly. To be honest, a little scary. You know, it's the adrenaline pumping. But yeah, it was like the whole house was just kind of like alive, you know.
Well, I can't say I've experienced anything like that before. Did you have footage? I know you're big into the.
Yeah,
What did you call it? The thing where you share the videos.
yeah, yeah. No, I mean it got a bit rough. I probably would have gotten better footage if I wasn't trying to save someone from falling to their death. But
Oh, I can imagine.
yeah, no, I think Milo probably pulls out like his like phone.
It shows off the video.
Yeah,
Is Tom in the video?
Almost certainly.
yeah,
I don't know how he would have managed to not be in the video. At least, I mean, like, maybe not like his face. I don't know exactly how good Milo is at like filming what his setup is, but the cane is pretty fucking distinctive.
I feel like it's like
So
attic video and then like Because it's like attic video and then footsteps and then going down the ladder and then, oh my god. I'm pretty sure we don't really get much footage of that part. I can only imagine.
Yeah, I think Milo's like video quality, just like regularly, is already a bit scuffed. I don't think he's a great cameraman, but especially in this case.
Yeah.
But you definitely at least like hear Tom, you know, if you know.
Yeah, I mean, I was also like
definitely be
talking.
able to
Right,
recognize
yeah,
him.
Tom was talking. And I assume, like, probably later in the video, if you have, like, actual ghost video, Tom makes it in somewhere. When was this? Out of curiosity.
When was-
Oh,
I think it was 3 days ago, because today's Wednesday. It was on Saturday, so 4 days ago.
Yeah, like a few days ago on Saturday.
Saturday. Hmm,
You got that phone call from Tom on Sunday.
I did. And it certainly explains something. Cynthia now has the last piece of the puzzle. That's exciting. Well, I think Cynthia is a little bit shaken by the video. Like, well, thank you very much for indulging me. I don't know if Milo has a lot else to say about his ghost footage, because Cynthia's here to listen to it.
I mean, I think Milo. I think before you leave, Milo might like stop you for a second and be like, actually, so you like know like the people in town, right?
Yeah.
You've been here for a while.
What can I help
Do
you with?
you? Yeah, you wouldn't happen to know anyone with the initials like WH? Would you?
WH. What's Hector's last name?
S.
S, thank you.
There's also
W.
not a W in his name.
I don't think so. Unless I'm forgetting someone, which is very possible.
There's no one that I know of with the initials.
No one that I know
WH
of.
that you would know.
No one that I can remember. Any particular like context with those initials?
They sent me an email and they told me to come here.
Sent you an
There was no like name attached to it.
Speaking of,
Just-
Milo, when was the last time you checked your email?
Like 20 minutes.
20 minutes ago.
Are you sure? I'm just curious.
What do you mean?
I was just curious when you last checked it. That's all.
What a deep fried ass image here.
Well, Cynthia, you've certainly never, like, those initials
Yeah.
and that combination don't particularly ring any bells.
Don't ring a bell. All right. I mean, I can't say I've heard of anyone off the top of my head.
Alright, I mean, so it's okay. It's a shot
I'll
in the
keep an
dark.
eye out, but yeah, I can't say I recognize it. Yeah, unless Milo has anything else, like, I think we're good.
Yeah, if I don't say anything else for
Cool.
Cynthia calls up Tom like, so how was the spook house?
Now what does Cynthia do with this information? Is the question. Aha. Cool.
Cool.
Yeah. I don't know what Cynthia's next move is right now.
Well, if anyone else is up to anything, we could go, take a peek at that.
What was the like time frame on when I saw the thing out the window? Was it just like in the morning?
In the morning.
When you were standing at
Okay.
6 a.m. I assume.
Yeah, I don't know. I probably would have just.
If there's one thing that you would know about any sort of remotely similar events, it's that the stamina is unparalleled when it comes to standing in one place,
Yeah,
unmoving
that doesn't
for
surprise
extended
me.
periods of time.
Alright, I just wanted. If there was any information to be gained there. Is it still there, like, after the sun rises?
It could be. It's a little tougher to,
just
like,
hiding
make
in
it
the
out.
shadows of the trees
Yeah,
or whatever?
exactly.
Okay.
So what are you all up to this fine Wednesday /
Wednesday.
Thursday?
I think
Cynthia
Frank's
has some questions.
Cynthia has
I wouldn't be surprised.
a lot of information. And I'm still trying to figure out what she's doing with it.
Frank, did you have something?
I was just say Frank's probably just doing his job and listening in on his employees to see if any of them are talking about, possibly going to the spook house again, because he's suddenly become very against going back.
Yeah, I don't know if they've been made aware of Milo's recent exploits. I have assumed not.
Frank hasn't told them.
Uh-huh. Well, it just comes down to whether or not Milo gave, like, Afia the link to the channel. Which I don't think happened.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
Yeah, so, there's been no increased Granton Spook House discussion.
Good.
I'm like halfway tempted to go to the spook house.
I mean, do you know where it is?
I'm not sure how much of that information we would have gotten. So.
I mean, we didn't really read any of the newspaper articles.
True.
We just
got
know
the,
that
like,
it was
TLDR stuff.
outside of. So yeah, I don't think.
But she knows 2 separate people who know how to find it. But also, she probably doesn't want to involve the other.
Yeah, if you're like.
Definitely not Tom, and probably not Milo.
What
That's
would
putting
you
him in danger.
inside of them to give you that information?
Exactly.
Especially Tom.
Well, I mean, Tom's out of the question. Either.
I mean, Cynthia does know a third person who knows where the spook house is.
Oh, I wasn't gonna say anything.
And he's a bad influence.
I mean, is he though?
Also, I don't think she knows that he knows.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
think
that's the thing.
yeah.
I didn't know that.
Y'all haven't had any actual interaction. Cynthia and Frank are the
Actually,
two that
come to
have
think
been
of it,
just
I
like-
think they're, well, we'll see. Yeah, so, I don't know, what are you all up to?
I think, like, mostly Cynthia's just, checking in on Tom pretty regularly right now.
If you drop by on Wednesday evening, he's more rattled than he was Tuesday evening and offers no explanation as to why.
I feel like, though, like, that would have been something Cynthia has maybe experienced with Tom before.
Yeah. Probably.
So, I think that gets her eyes open to that a little bit more.
It does feel a little familiar.
Yeah. He's back to, checking out the
He's
window a
like
lot.
doing
when Tom's
better
there.
at hiding it, but
Mhm.
not by much. His nerves are pretty frayed.
Yeah. I don't know if Cynthia brings up the fact that like Tom and Milo were both in the spook house, but I kind of want it to happen. Um, I feel like maybe sort of like Cynthia's like checking in on Tom every other evening or something. I don't know if that's
Counting Wednesday or just Tuesday? Well, no, because you didn't see him on Tuesday, so you would
so
probably
it's
see him
like
Wednesday.
Thursday.
Well, no, because you did Monday
Oh, so yeah,
and
Wednesday.
not Tuesday, so it would probably be Wednesday.
Yeah, I think like maybe Friday. Like give it a little bit of time.
Yeah.
But I think like Friday, Cynthia like mentions that she went and talked to Milo to Tom.
Well, I think if we're gonna go for Wednesday, I think probably on like Thursday, Tom might go visit Milo.
Sure,
Yeah,
you should do that.
I'm doing it. It's happening. So trying to write. But yeah, I think Thursday probably like after work. So like probably evening at this point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still is the thing still like is it like Thursday morning? Is there still thing or was that just a Wednesday?
I don't know, you don't see it, I guess.
Okay.
So are you gonna go talk to Milo, or?
Yeah,
You should go do that.
I'm doing that. I'm trying to do notes and talk to Milo at the same time, and it is only sort of working. Yeah, I'm dropping my Milos in the I say Milos, the B&B. So I'm going to the B&B and then I'm like hoping that Milo is obvious.
So you enter the B&B,
Yeah.
and Beth Lawrence like looks up from her like front desk and is like, "Oh, how can I help you?"
I'm looking for Milo. I heard he was staying here.
Is he expecting you?
And not particularly, but I mean we
Well, I
had
can check in with him and see if he's interested in taking visitors.
yeah, sure. You can tell him Tom is here to see him.
She like, you know, bustles out back up the stairs, and Milo, there's a knock on your door.
Honestly, poor Beth.
True.
This is very true. No, I mean,
She's like, hi, there's a fellow here to see you by the name of Tom.
yeah, I think
Are
Milo,
you
like,
in? Like,
Should I send him on? Or...
that's the vibe.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Milo, like, kind of takes a second because he, like, to try and remember where he's heard Tom recently. He's like, oh shit, wait.
Which one is that?
Yeah. But, so yeah, I think he just kind of stands in the doorway for, like, a hot second. He's like, oh, yeah, I'll talk to him.
All right. And yeah, she sets the two of you up with somewhere to chit chat.
Yeah. I think it's probably like a solid minute of just like Tom trying to figure out where to start.
Yeah, I mean, I think Milo probably, like, when he sees you, be like, "Oh, hey, are you like doing all right?"
Eh, I mean, it's obvious that he hasn't like slept much. Not that that's
Yeah.
particularly new, but like, I don't know how much of the like history of whatever it is you like. I don't know. I found out who that ghost was.
Oh,
Um, I don't know if that's the kind of thing you might be interested in.
I don't know. I'm not a huge history nerd. I just think they look cool. But I mean, that's neat, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I am a history nerd, so it's I don't know. It caught my eye. I guess if you don't really want to know, I'll be off. Um, I guess. How have you been since that? Is your streaming going well?
I mean, it's gotten a lot more exciting recently. uh,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like got a bit. I'm still a little bit bruised,
Alright.
but I think it was worth it.
Yeah.
Are you sure? You don't seem alright.
Uh, I mean, I guess when I say I found out who that ghost was, what I mean is, I guess I found out he's a ghost. Um,
So you were like hanging out with him like before.
yeah. Like he said he had just moved in. Um, which I guess technically was true at one point. That is what happens. Just like 38 years ago, and not like a month ago.
Man, I wish I had your luck.
I don't know that I would call
Get
it
ghosts
luck.
talking to me on the street.
um, I I would offer to introduce you, I guess, but I haven't seen him around. Um,
I mean, I'd argue that I've kind of been introduced. I think we might have gone off on the wrong foot.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I don't know, it was weird though, because well, that house looked all a knot full of holes when I saw it.
Well, I mean, it's also weird because I went through like a week before we went, and it was just like in the house.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, you were like there at the same time I was,
Yeah,
and I'm
thankfully.
assuming you didn't see the like art studio.
No, I saw a hole in the floor.
Yeah, thanks for saving me, by the way. I can't imagine it would have gone well if you hadn't been there.
Yeah, no, I mean, my first run through there, I fell from just the ground floor into the basement, and it kind of screwed up my ankle for a hot minute. So
Yikes.
I can't imagine the second
And
floor
yeah, the
being
whole place is a death trap. Um, I guess this might be a little bit of a dangerous question. You're not going back there, are you? That doesn't like that would be a dumb idea.
Well, I mean,
Yes, it would be a dumb idea.
Yeah, it would.
I can't quite say I have plans at the moment, but if I do make plans, I'll be sure to not let you know.
That's all right. I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna say that maybe two people is better than one. It's just a time, whatever. Maybe you won't fall into the basement again if you have like somebody else to be watching out. But neither of us have very good track records with falling into holes in that house.
I mean, no offense, but like, I think at the moment you need to like go get some rest, dude. You
Yeah, I've
seem
heard that one before.
a bit shaken up about this whole thing.
Yeah.
I think you should maybe stay away from houses with big holes for a while.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
But I appreciate concern, I guess. Um,
Yeah. I mean, if you do go back, just like be careful. I guess. Try not to get eaten.
I'll try my best.
All right.
I mean, this is kind of what I do, and I'm not dead yet, so I think I have decent
You
luck.
got pretty close. I don't know if that's what I would call a good track record. If your standard is being still alive.
Since the man who almost walked into a hole.
I didn't know it was a hole when I was walking into it. So I don't. You're the one who actually fell into a hole.
That was different.
Was it?
Well,
You knew the hole was there and you still couldn't avoid it. I don't make a habit of walking into holes that I can see.
But holes you can't see. Oh boy.
I'll be okay.
Um,
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
all right. Good luck, I guess. If you see when he's not like, it looks like he fell down a hole 2 stories. Can you tell him that I don't know. Never mind.
Milo's like, boy, do I look like the ghost whisperer to you? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I'm heading out, I think.
Yeah. I think Milo lets you go.
So, that went well.
Sorry.
Everything is fine. No one is going to get killed in the spook house.
True.
I should have sticked Milo on the
everything's-
thing in the woods.
What else we got going on?
Think about it. What's Cynthia up to? The answer to character. Cynthia has this whole ghost situation on her hand that I'm not sure what she can do about it. Because she doesn't know where the spook house is, and like that's really the only lead she really has. So mostly it's just like looking after Tom at the moment, and making sure Milo doesn't get himself killed. How's my book? Anything new?
Not in particular. You're really just supposed to be keeping an eye on the
Goings on of
motherfucker who's
Milo.
already running amok.
Yeah. I don't know.
So what else is happening?
I think I'm also just gonna drop by the records office a couple more times. Not looking for anything in particular, but just trying to make a friend that isn't a ghost.
Okay, well you'd learn pretty quickly that Sean
Yeah.
Turkey is not always there.
Is there someone else who is sometimes, or is it just not always open?
It's not always open, and it's also there occasionally there is an actual secretary there who gets very quickly actually annoyed with you for actually showing up when Sean Turkey's not working.
Okay. If I get turned,
She's like
if I
this
get turned
little
away, I
wizened
feel
old
like
lady,
leave.
and she is so fucking sick of you being here.
Does he have hours? Do I keep showing up?
No,
and he's not
no,
there,
there are no
several
consistent
times in a
hours.
row?
This man works
He just
exactly
shows up when he feels
like
like
it.
it.
Yup. And there are also there are also points in time where you get told that he might well be in, but he has told
He's
her
not being
to not let
visible.
anyone interfere with his work because he's busy.
Alright. Making a friend that isn't a ghost is not going well.
Well, yeah, it's just he's inconsistent, and then when you do catch him, he's just I'm literally on the job right now. What do you want from me?
Yeah, well, I guess I'm sort of half trying to get to know somebody in town who is the ghost, and half just actually interested in the history of this area, because I have an entire history degree that I haven't been using, but I did any research at all and went, wait, there's a reason I did this for 4 years.
That sounds like maybe you want to talk to Sean when he's not working.
Maybe he'll just let me hang out in the records.
No, no, that's
Okay.
no. Absolutely not. That's how you get shit vandalized and stolen, and worst of all, put back in the wrong place.
Alright.
Are we moving on from Tom being a gremlin in the town hall?
Yeah, I don't have any more of that.
I think Frank is gonna spend another night at the bar, and this time he's gonna like kind of ask, whoever is available for conversation, just kind of like, have you guys been hearing train whistles in the middle of the night? He claims he thinks it's somebody trying to play a prank on him, but he's like, has anybody else heard this?
So it sounds like that might be a roll.
Yeah, would we call this listening?
That sounds like listening.
Cool. My town modifier went down by 1. Grumble.
Well, you can make it go up by 1. It's just not easy to do.
Oh boy, that's an 8. They demand information in return.
Well, who you chatting up?
Probably like Wayne, because I'm
Wayne,
assuming this is
yeah.
like a Thursday evening, so it's not like
Yeah.
there's many people here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, Wayne has not heard any train noises. I will say that much. I think mostly, like, he takes your concern about being fucked with, to kind of, like, rant about, like the kids these days. This is Wayne Bucher's defining personality trait. And yes, we haven't caught on. He really likes to fucking complain about the youth. But the youth is like anyone under 30, so like,
And this is also kind of Frank's outlet to be like, darn the youths as well, even though he spends all of his time like making sure they don't get themselves into too much trouble.
Yeah. But I think, I don't know, as far as like demanding information in return, I don't really know that there's much tea that Wayne needs out of Frank, unless you could think of something that might be valuable information to him.
Not really.
Yeah. Just because, I don't know, I feel like any mainstream gossip, Wayne Bucher hears already. And for the Frank-specific drama has been mostly just, like...
This idiot keeps trying to get himself killed in an abandoned house.
But, yeah, so, no one else is hearing train whistles. Their buddy old pal Joe.
Yeah.
Surprise!
James knew that, but Frank didn't.
Now he does.
Well, now we're all on the same page.
And now he's a little more concerned.
What else we got in the works?
I've been trying to figure out what Cynthia wants to do next, and the most actionable information I have here is go visit the spook house.
You don't know where the spook house is.
Which is a problem,
Nope.
right? But Milo does, and Tom does.
Literally everyone except Cynthia knows where the spook house is.
Yeah. So I feel like Cynthia
You
wants
do have
to go.
other resources, though. I'll point that out.
Right. I mean, I'd be surprised if anyone in the knitting club knew where it was. I would also be surprised if Matic would even talk to me, and also be surprised
Well,
if he knew where it was.
I just mean like you
That would
talked
be
to Lorna could I got you at least as far as
Hmm.
Hector's like
General.
approximate death time.
Yeah.
And like that
That
seems like
actually
an
worked.
event that might be big enough that if you maybe had maybe more to jog her memory with, she
Yep.
might possibly be able to inform you about, because she was
Yeah,
definitely in town when that happened.
Yeah, that's worth checking in on, actually.
Because
now that
it's
you
one
mention it.
thing to
'Cause,
be like, I was busy at that time, so I wasn't paying attention to like, you know, like there's a lot going on, so I don't know what specifically you're referencing.
Right,
As opposed
versus-
to, I have completely and utterly blocked out the memory of that time a guy fell through 2 floors to his death.
Yeah. I
This is
feel
a
like
small town. That's like a defining sort of murder. Murder. Yeah, he was murdered. I'm thinking about small town.
The floor murdered.
The floor murdered him.
He was murdered by the engineer.
yeah. So
I apologize on behalf of all engineers.
Yeah, we're fucking holding James accountable for Hector Schoen's
Yeah.
fictional demise.
cool. That's actually a good idea. Let's go talk to Lorna.
Fucking yeah,
Uh,
that's a good idea.
I feel like they have like lunch pretty regularly.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not like she has anyone else to hang out with. So.
Yeah. And she doesn't get out too much, so it's nice to drag her out every once in
So
a while.
yeah, like Thursday maybe you guys
Yeah,
meet up for
yeah.
like a little luncheon deal. Where are you getting food? Doing food? Where's that happening?
There are exactly 2 restaurants in town, and we're visiting neither of them. I think Cynthia's cooking.
That's what I was mostly asking.
Yeah, I think Cynthia's cooking. I think Cynthia has like a little like at least like a chair and a couple garden tables
Yeah.
outside the
Table
house.
and some garden chairs.
No, a chair and a couple garden tables.
One chair, several tables.
We have
You
this
say
furniture designed with Kai in mind, so you can sit on the tables and eat off the chair.
Yes.
No, yeah. So, yeah, Cynthia is. I think we're having lunch in the garden. I guess we are talking September in Vermont, so I'm not sure how like comfortable outside it is.
It's still probably warm enough out to be, warm. You're fine. Especially if it's like lunchtime.
Yeah, I think like the 2 of them sort of start with the whole, catching up and
Yeah.
just like a little bit of the gossip and that sort of stuff. And I think Cynthia sort of brings up that like, so I went down to the town hall to sort of look into the incident I came asking about earlier.
Oh yeah. How did that
And
shake out?
I found it pretty conclusively. Do you know? It was a fellow named Hector. Hector last name. I'm sorry. It starts with a Shoin.
Shoin.
Starts with an S. We were just over this. Hector Shoin. Poor bloke. I think it was like, what,
76.
76, 77?
Winter of 76.
Poor bloke, the floor gave out.
I think you say that, and there's like you can see realization across like flicker across Lorna's face, and she goes, "Oh, yes, no, absolutely. It's just I feel like a complete fool. Sorry, it's just I mean, who doesn't remember that?
Right.
It was horrible, but I in particular feel sort of bad. I couldn't be more helpful for you. Just because that's the painter, right? Who fell through
Yeah.
like 2 floors.
Yeah.
Into the. I own some of his art. So I'm just sorry. I didn't. It didn't even cross my mind that could possibly be what you were looking into. I know it's a little morbid maybe, but there's lots of places have works by him. It's kind of the only influx of affordable fine art we've really had.
Oh yeah.
Even in the last 50 years or so. So when they were auctioning the pieces that survived off to pay for the plot, I snagged one or two. Like I said, maybe a little morbid, but I guess that's kind of.
Do you know where that plot was? Remember?
If I'm not mistaken, it's in the cemetery in town. They certainly didn't bury him on any of his private land. I don't think they found any really extended family. That's sort of why the auction happened like it did. But
and do you know where he lived? Do you know where? I know I said sort of out in the woods somewhere. Do you know more than that?
I don't know the address off the top of my head. It might be somewhere in the paperwork for the for the stuff. I frankly don't know if I know where that would be. But there might be something I can look into to see if I can figure that one out for you, because it certainly was an event. If I'm not mistaken, it's just up Name of Tom's Road. I haven't named roads yet. I should do that. There's a whole map, but I haven't fucking named any of the roads in the Helltown. I don't quite know where on that road it is, but that would be sort of the approximate area.
I will. Yeah, if you find anything on that, let me know. I'll be at Knitting Club this Sunday.
Yes. Yeah. No. Absolutely.
So I'll see you there. I might pay Sean a visit too. Down at the town hall, another visit. See if I can find it. Save you a trip. And thank you very much, by the way. It's been very helpful. I have a friend who's going through a lot right now, and that's weird as it may sound. That's a little bit of a part of it.
I see.
Yeah. Thank you for. She doesn't see. Understandable. Yeah. So. Take care. Or I guess that's probably not where the conversation necessarily ends.
Yeah,
it probably moves on.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah. Spook house for Cynthia. It might happen. Maybe.
Cynthia's the
wandering
only
around
person
in
who
the
hasn't
woods.
been.
Up Tom's house
True.
long enough.
It's up by Tom's house. Which I suppose makes sense, because he did say he was Tom's neighbor.
Really?
Anyways, I think Cynthia will probably spend some time looking and probably try to pay the archives a visit. Although I'm not sure she'll be successful at tracking down Sean about it. Probably tomorrow afternoon. Which we can go to unless anyone else
I was
has
gonna say, is there anything else happening? Between
I don't have any hot takes for Thursday. We can do Friday.
Milo's sorry, not Milo. Why did I say that? Frank is doing his job. I can say words. My brain. Yes.
Cool. So Cynthia rolls up at the town hall again, goes to visit, see if Sean's in the basement. Um, and
I mean, you can get lucky. He can be there.
I think it depends on whether or not Tom has been badgering him today or not.
Well, Tom has work on Fridays, so if
Oh, right. So this,
They're
yeah, that makes sense. If Tom is busy today, I feel like Sean's maybe around and Cynthia sort of comes in and is like, "Hi, how's your day been? How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. Cool." Um, I was wondering, do you have any sort of property records on file for Hector Schoen?
Probably. I mean, if you're still on about the ghost house, like that's all he's owned.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's what I'm looking for.
I can get you an address.
That
you're
would be lovely.
But you can't go there. You understand that, right? One, that's private property, and two, it's not structurally sound.
Of course, I do understand. Thank you.
So then why do you need the address, is my question.
Again, it's for a friend of mine.
And the friend of yours can't go there either.
I will
for
make
the
sure he
previously
is.
stated reasons.
Of course, I will make sure he is well aware of that.
So what do you need the address for?
The address is I'm doing like a little research into the background of the place. And I mean, I figure it's an important information besides, the personal info that you've already given us.
So
If you're not gonna give it to me,
well,
you
hey,
don't
I
have
mean, it's
to,
public
but-
knowledge. I'm not even sure I could really tell you no, but like.
I mean, if you need me to sign something that says I won't go there, I will. Before you'll release this to me. But I promise I mean well with it.
Yeah, alright.
Can I try to make my case here? I don't know if that's really applicable.
I mean, I don't really know that he has necessarily grounds to refuse you.
Yeah. He's just like, why?
He's just.
It's just so weird. It's
His hope would
request.
have been
Yeah.
that you heard you can't go there, and then went, okay, well then don't. It doesn't matter, you know. So the
Right.
fact that you haven't given him that out kind of means that
Cool.
I think you're fine. So yeah, he pulls up a newspaper with the address of the accident in it.
I think Cynthia has a notepad in her bag
Yeah.
that she uses to write that down, and it's like, thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
Now you legally know where the spook house
Now I legally know where the spook house is. And also should not go there for many reasons. However, I am nothing if not a stubborn little bastard. I'm not sure legality is quite enough to get in the way of this, but also I'm not sure it's a good idea. It's not a good idea. We've been over that. So Cynthia acquires that information, and we'll figure out what she does with it.
goes to the spook house?
Presumed.
I would expect.
Okay.
Half
Well.
of this is me just trying to make this not just Cynthia the sessioning, but you know, I guess we can do Spook House, Cynthia.
Yeah, I mean, Tom is trying to, like, he's trying to go back to having anything resembling a life, and, like, I'm definitely still waking up early, and I think being reassured by the fact that he hasn't seen anything since Wednesday.
It's been a day. Today is
Yeah.
Thursday. Unless it's Friday?
I think it's Friday.
Alright, so it's been 2 days.
Yeah.
I think on Friday, Milo gets a text from Frank saying, "Hey, we should talk. Conversation should happen."
Yeah, I don't think Malo's gonna put up much of a fight. He owes Frank too much.
Cool, you get invited to lunch.
Yeah, Milo will come over to lunch.
Alright. Lunch is probably like roast beef sandwiches with some like microwaved au jus.
Iconic.
It's probably better than what he eats on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Milo
that's
will
not
go
a high
for
bar.
food. Yeah,
Love that for Milo.
it's better than like a granola bar and like some Mountain Dew. So
Is Milo the kind of person who lives entirely off of Doritos and Mountain Dew?
It's 2014, baby!
yeah,
Absolutely.
pretty much.
Anyways, Milo
Anyway.
gets sat down with food. And Frank goes, "So you've almost died in that house twice."
I mean, almost died is a pretty strong phrase, I would say. Like, I mean, I was like fine.
You got lucky the second time. So, what is your plan for not dying in that house?
I mean, now I know what I'm getting myself into.
Okay, there was one good answer to that question. That was by not walking into it again. So, which is what I would recommend. Also because that's private property, you realize, right? Like, I know in the city, kind of like trespassing isn't always as big of a deal, but like, people out here have shotguns.
I don't think the ghost had a shotgun.
The ghost had a house that wanted to eat you. Don't trespass.
Yeah, I don't think the person being a ghost is really gonna help you there.
Well, I mean, I almost used the phrase "to be frank with you," and then I just stopped myself.
No, I'm Frank.
If you ever say to be frank with you, Frank will say, "No, I am Frank."
No, but anyways, I mean, trespassing is kind of my whole business. I mean, especially with houses like that. I mean, I don't think anyone really cares at this point.
Well, according to your video, whoever that was did.
Yeah, but that's like,
cared quite a bit.
Different.
Anyways, don't get yourself killed. I'll feel really bad about it. Also, I swear to God, if you encourage Afia or Benno or any of those people to go there to see the ghost, I will personally gut you.
And if I hadn't made that promise, you'd be dead where you stand.
No.
Good. They're gonna find out that there's actually a ghost in them. But just kindly inform them that that ghost will murder anyone who walks in there. That will probably do the trick. Seeing as it tried to murder you, that's a pretty good guess.
I mean, I promise I won't drag them along, I guess.
That is all I ask. On a completely different note, have you heard any like train whistles recently?
No.
I swear, I bet you it's Afia just pulling a prank, but I've heard these like train whistles at like 2 a.m. twice now, and I do not know why.
Do trains come through here?
No. I
Oh.
mean, like, okay, sometimes when Dellum decides to have a cool, funny thing, they'll bring a train in, because there are tracks that technically exist, but, no. Not, like, twice in 8 days.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Milo diagnoses you with ghost train.
Anyways, Frank. Frank's
Sorry.
threat is out of the way, so he just kind of continues with the casual conversation.
Alright.
Milo, I think you've got a new ghost to find.
Gotta find the ghost train.
Yeah.
The catchable.
I think it's time for Cynthia makes bad decisions.
That can be what happens.
I think what's gonna happen here is, Cynthia gears up, like maybe this actually might want to be something she might save till Monday, so if something goes wrong, she doesn't have to tell the knitting club about it for 6 days. I think that's what's gonna happen here, actually. So that'll happen soon. But she, definitely is making sure she's got a plan. Yeah.
Alright. Well, does,
So we got a date for that.
anyone have anything going on between now and then?
What day is it today again?
Friday.
Friday? I mean, I think at some point Milo is gonna make bad decisions.
Is it before or after Cynthia makes bad decisions? Probably before.
Probably before. Cynthia actually plans things and Milo just goes.
Milo just goes.
Where's Milo just going?
Perhaps Spookhouse 3 Chipwrecked.
Well.
On Friday?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The whole weekend is yours.
I don't know. I guess you'll maybe like Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen, you know how to get there from the road now.
Yeah, that's nice. Let's move it up a little.
So are you just headed over?
Yeah.
I'm assuming this is at night because that's the only time to go to the spook house.
time.
What time is it?
Uh,
I'd assume fairly early if you want time to like. Well, I guess I don't know what your motive is here, so never mind. But you don't
Yeah,
have to
I'm
be
not-
doing this at 3:30 in the morning
Yeah,
anymore.
no.
So I don't know why you would be.
yeah, no, probably not like super late. But like late enough that it's
If you leave at
11
9,
p.m.
then you can get to the house at like 11.
yeah.
It
So
is not a 2-hour drive to that house. It is like
Oh, it's like
it
a-
is maybe an hour all the way there from the wrong
Well, you
side
gotta-
of Dellum.
Oh,
to
well, I
the
guess
Red
it's.
Spook House.
Well, yeah. Tom is just slow at walking through the woods.
Milo's not walking through the woods. Milo can drive there now. You showed Milo where the driveway is.
That's true.
When I said, now you know how to get there from the road, what I meant was, now you know how to get there from the road. You don't have to park your car in front of the cafe anymore and get in trouble. So
very
yeah.
cool.
Which basically means you get to, like, pull into the driveway of the spook house.
My house now.
Or you would get to pull into the driveway of the spook house. You pull about couple... like 100 feet into the driveway. It's a long driveway. And then you are nose to nose with a police cruiser.
Oh, good.
And the lights turn on.
Oh, fun.
And the door opens, and a big person gets out. It's pretty fucking dark and blinky, so you're not really getting a clear image of him. But yeah, you get like a couple seconds before before they are at your door. Including the time it takes for you to roll down the window.
Good evening, officer. I am a simple idiot.
I took a wrong turn. Sorry.
Yeah. You're out of time. Like, that was your couple seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, they it's a big man. He gestures at you to fucking roll your window down, you know, like you're supposed to do when you are when the cops.
Yeah.
When the cops.
Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening to you too.
You know, this is a private residence that you are currently approaching at almost midnight on a Saturday.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm not from. I'm from out of town. I think I got a bit lost, but.
That sounds like a roll.
Yeah. You're right.
Make your case. When you need to convince an NPC, roll some dice. So what you rolling with?
Good question. Would that be? brains? I'm assuming if he's trying to come up with a...
Yeah, this seems like
Good
he's doing
lie?
like a logical style argument here.
As much as
It's not an emotional appeal. It's not a like stubborn fuck you appeal, and it's not a particularly adrenaline fueled like get hyped, get amped appeal. So
I really hate to say brains because I rolled the 7, and the brains I have -2 brains.
well, I
Good
think
job, Milo.
I think our good officer goes, yeah, no, I'm sure you are.
You're not.
And that's why your little friend was down at the town hall the other day, talking about addresses and of not public areas that happen to be particularly dangerous, and specifically mentioned that that you were interested. I'm sure this is all just a big misunderstanding. Got your license on you? Registration?
Yeah. No.
Well, can I get those?
Yeah. No, I will fold them out and hand it to him.
Rummages in the glove box for an excessively long amount of time.
Yeah, trash.
Alright,
Just
well, you stay right there. I'm gonna go. And he walks on over back to his vehicle for a little bit, and you sit there for long enough that it's uncomfortable. Milo, what's going on in the little head right now? Give us a peek.
I think Milo's very happy with Cynthia at the moment. She kind of ruined his spook spot, and that's not very cool of her. And I think other than that, it's mostly just general panic. Milo can run away from ghosts, but he can't run away from the law.
Well, the good officer, Suit, by the way, SUITT, gets back to you, and is like, alright, well listen, what I think is gonna happen is I think you and I are going to take a little trip down to the station, and we'll get this all sorted out. Does that sound like a plan?
I think Milo's just like,
Yes, sir. So, fade to black on that. Milo McCreary just got arrested for trespassing.
Oh my god.
How's the rest of you guys' weekend going?
We can't say he wasn't warned. We can't say he wasn't warned.
Sorry, Milo.
I think the best part about this is that I had that all set up to get Cynthia in trouble. And then Milo was like, I'm going this weekend. And I was like, oh, you are.
I think one of these two people is considerably less apt at working their way out of trouble.
Well, how's the rest of you guys this weekend going?
Knitting club.
Knitting
Yeah,
club?
I mean, I'm going to work on Sunday. I'm
Yup.
still waking up early waking up early for a, like, real reason on Sunday.
You see it when you pull out of the driveway. You catch a glimpse of it in your rearview mirror.
Nice.
Just so you know.
Yep.
Cynthia, Knitting Club is mostly uneventful. Lorna does bring, like, newspaper clipping about Hector's untimely demise that she found in with her, like, the stuff for the... Like, let's not sit here and pretend that, like, Lorna isn't an edgy motherfucker, or at least wasn't an edgy motherfucker. So, there's that. Yeah, so she brings that, so you have, I mean, the granted address now. For the spook house.
I think Cynthia deliberately does not bring up the fact that she already acquired this information elsewhere.
Yeah, other than that, I mean, Ella Rose is still probably a little, like, strung out looking. She's, I mean, when is she not? But, like, she clearly, like, hasn't been sleeping well or whatever.
Yeah.
But
I think Cynthia makes, like, a mental note to, like, maybe check on her one evening this week.
this week, it's a weekend. Okay, I guess Sunday.
This upcoming week.
Yeah.
This upcoming week. Yeah. I think that's the plan. That's, yeah, Knitting Club happens. I don't think there's a lot there. Other than Cynthia gets the information she already acquired. Monday,
At
however.
much lower cost.
At a
What
much
did you
lower
get?
cost.
The Granton Spook House address. What did it cost you?
Milo. Yeah.
But
we're gonna-
Cynthia, you also had plans
For Monday.
for Monday.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I think Sunday when Tom gets home from work, when it's like daylight out,
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go like wander, like staying in my yard, but still sort of going over to like the area that the thing always is.
No, but it's in different places basically every time you see it. Nice try, though.
Okay. I don't know, wherever it was this morning, then,
Yeah, edge of the woods.
and see if there's any, like, well, there's a role that I can do for looking at things.
What are you looking for? What?
I'm trying to see if there's, like, evidence of thing having been here, or if it's just the spooky shadow.
Okay. How... Is Tom good at that? Nature tracking?
I mean, not particularly. And definitely doesn't have any idea of what the woods around his house usually look like when there hasn't been anything
I was saying, how are you even getting to the edge of the woods? The whole thing is overgrown. You don't own a bushwhacker. Like, you can't... Tom doesn't own a lawnmower. His lawn is, like, fucking waist high and probably full of berry bushes.
Does he at least have a 9-iron?
Almost certainly not.
Never golfed.
I do not mean the golf club.
Cool.
I meant the tool, not the golf club.
I mean, probably not to both of them, but it's really funny that someone thought golf club.
Listen, that's the only place I've heard that word used before, okay?
I mean, to be fair, the 9-iron, like, tool is basically you swing it like a 9-iron, but at plants and it cuts them down.
Like a scythe?
No, different shape. Also different
Okay.
swinging motion. Also just completely different tool.
Yeah, then I don't know that this is a particularly successful quest to vaguely the edge of the woods. but just to like, I think just to feel like I'm doing anything that isn't being scared of this thing. Cause like, it was it left decidedly. I haven't seen it in several months, like at least 4 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is almost 5 months that I haven't seen it in.
True.
So I don't know. I have some questions.
Well,
I
they're
don't
not
think I'm
answered
gonna
by
get-
you wandering around collecting
No.
ticks in a field.
No.
Tom gets Lyme disease. The scariest of afflictions.
By the end of the session, we're not gonna have a party for completely natural reasons. Tom dies of Lyme disease. Milo goes to prison. Cynthia finally dies of old age.
Bold assumption there.
Tom accidentally gets locked in the freezer and dies of hypothermia.
Tom or Frank? Don't lock Tom
Frank.
in any fucking freezers. That would be way out of
Frank.
his way.
Sorry, Frank. Not good with names this session.
Yeah. So that's kind of how Tom's Sunday afternoon goes, wishing vaguely he owned a weed whacker, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't really like find anything super obvious at that point. It's not like they're like big shadowy footprints leading off into the woods, like.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting I was gonna actually get anything out of this. I wanted to just be doing nothing. Which I think is important for Tom's like mental health as well. Like, yeah, sure, it's like thing, but why?
Yeah, so that's that. Anyone else have any plans for the weekend?
No. Milo's in jail.
We'll
I
get
think-
back to Milo.
I think Frank does, like, probably, like, the day after he gets arrested, send Milo a thing like, hey, you have a habit of going to the spook house on Saturday. Did you die this time?
Well, you don't get anything back, because Milo doesn't have his cell phone. So, there's that.
Milo's gotta like bust out his harmonica and play some prison blues.
Is that Milo canon that he plays harmonica? Where the fuck did you get a harmonica?
He's always had it. What are you talking about?
Where? They wouldn't have let him take it in with him.
I think they would let him bring in a harmonica. Like, come on.
They don't know what his deal is. It's not even like he's like the local ruffian that we all know and love. Like, he's some complete fucking stranger who was gonna go gallivant around a fucking falling down building.
True.
But yeah, so we'll circle back on that. But Frank, you do not get a reply to that text message.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Anyone else have any plans for the weekend? I know Cynthia has plans for Monday.
Cynthia has plans for Monday, yeah. I don't know how Milo's been. I'm not sure Cynthia learned that Milo's in... I'm not sure anyone's learned Milo's in jail yet.
No.
We have
But
one
it's like-
person who knows he's not answering text messages, and that's it.
Yeah, I think maybe how like this goes is Tom like or like probably Cynthia grabs lunch with Tom maybe.
On Monday?
Yeah. I don't know. If
Yeah, I
Tom's
don't
open
work
for
on
that.
Mondays. Sure.
Cool. So Cynthia like has lunch at Tom's house with Tom,
Okay.
and then is like probably something like, I'm gonna go on a little hike afterward. Can I leave my car here for a bit?
I mean, all the hiking trails have like parking lots, right?
No,
Some of them.
absolutely
No,
not.
Okay.
absolutely not. Not around here.
There is one thing that has greatly affected my life. It is the fact that backwoods like hiking trails fucking never have parking, and those motherfuckers park on the side of the too narrow road all the time, and I'm hateful about it. So no,
Damn,
they
you're-
don't all have parking. Get
Damn,
your
you're-
Kia out of the lane. There is only one lane. It's
Damn,
2
you're-
lanes of traffic.
Your East Coast trails suck. Must suck.
Well,
If they don't-
the ones that like aren't part of a like park, yes, they do. They're horrible.
If they don't have at least a turnout, like, come on. Have some class.
I mean,
Here's the
Cullen
thing,
also lives
you
in the
might
middle.
You might get like a place where there's dirt on the side of the road. But if more than like it doesn't fit more than 2 cars. So if more than 2 cars worth of people are hiking the trail, yeah, fuck you.
Okay, but that's parking.
No, it's really not.
I would like to argue that I don't think. I mean, Tom has like basically ignored the fact that there are hiking trails here, so I think he just sort of assumed that he hadn't seen whatever the parking lot was.
Yeah, I mean that's valid.
I think it's very reasonable that Tom, being a city boy, would make the same assumption I did, which is that hiking trails have designated parking lots.
Oh, they do if it's like Camden Hills. That's it. But yeah, no, that's fair. Cynthia.
So Cynthia's like
Cynthia knows about the hiking trail.
Cynthia knows more or less about the hiking trails. Cynthia has an address and also like a vague idea of where she's going.
Yeah, she also needs to tell Tom that no, the hiking trails don't have parking lots.
Yes, I think she explains that to him. Like, Tom,
Oh.
that's not a thing up here. I hate to break this to you.
But that's your whole, like, industry. And so much as there is an industry here.
The industry is lumber, motherfucker. Okay.
I feel like this sets Cynthia off on a long-winded tangent on the origins of Granton and like the industries that started it. I feel like Tom gets a lot more history than he asked for.
That's fine. Now
And
I
also-
know
An explanation of no, we don't have parking lots for our hiking trails.
you can't just keep it at your house? Is it like on this side of
I
town?
mean, it's closer here. So I don't want to just leave it on the side of the road, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I guess just sure. Do you know when you're gonna be back?
Hopefully by nightfall.
Okay.
If I'm not back by then, maybe probably get a little worried.
All right.
Excellent.
Have a nice afternoon, I guess.
Nice.
Milo. So you spend the night at the station. Just so we're on the same page. You also spend
Yeah.
Sunday at the station.
Okay.
After learning that, and this is only to my knowledge, so feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Milo does not have a criminal history, correct?
No, I think he's weaseled his way out of ever getting caught.
Yeah, that felt accurate to me. So basically, you get given, you get made basically an offer, right? Called, fucking don't do this again. What the fuck is wrong with you, actually? Also, who are you like working with on this? Like, who else do we need to be worried about? Because you're not working alone. They know that already. Give us an accomplice
Yeah.
name, an address, someone we can go check in with. Are you worried that she'll try to roll up to the house? These are questions.
Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, I think Milo might, kind of throw Cynthia under the bus. A little upset with her at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah, so, they're basically like, yeah, well, we're gonna go check up with her, and, you know, when we get back, there's a good chance you'll be free to go. So Cynthia, you were going on a hike? That's what I'm
So
hearing.
sorry.
Yeah, Cynthia's going on a hike. She's got her boots. She's got good hiking boots. She's got like her umbrella, which I think she's sort of using as a walking stick. It's a big umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like we haven't really recently discussed this, but what I've said in the past about what's in her bag, I think still holds true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Cynthia looks like she's maybe traveling a little light for hiking, because it's like mostly her purse and her umbrella and like boots. But I think she's pretty well prepared to go on a hike.
Where does your hike take you?
I mean, up the road a little bit, presumably.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how easy it is to find any sort of trailhead or driveway, given that, you know, it's extremely overgrown.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you can see where the turnoff is.
Yeah, I think that's like where she
Especially
starts.
since, like, cars have recently been pulled into it.
Recently used.
Yeah.
So,
cars have recently pulled into here, which is interesting.
it's convenient. It means you can, like, walk
Yeah.
comfortably down it.
I think Cynthia's just going along the trail.
It's not a trail, it's a
Trail.
driveway.
The driveway, yeah.
Cool. You do that, and you kind of get around the first bend of the driveway, and there's a cop car in the driveway.
There's a cop car.
Yes.
Around the first bend, alright. How, like,
and-
that deep into this driveway are we?
I mean, a solid, like, couple minutes walk. And, yeah, door opens, police officer gets out.
I think Cynthia just sort of starts walking towards them with, like, a quizzical look on her face, like,
Mhm.
can I help you?
And the police officer, she's like, Cynthia? Yeah?
Yes, that's me.
Right, well,
How may I help you?
I'm gonna have to ask you to take a ride with me on down to the station. We'll get this all sorted out.
Whatever for.
Well, we caught a friend of yours, attempting to trespass on private property. And we have reason to believe that, you're basically directly involved with that. So, we're just trying to cover all our bases here, and, we thought you might be by. This is, by the way, private property that you are not permitted on without permission. And given that, we happen to know you have not secured permission, you can,
I think, I believe there's been some sort of misunderstanding here, but I'm happy to accompany you to get things worked out.
sounds like a plan to me. Cynthia gets put in the back of a fucking cop car. We're 2 out of 4 now.
Half of the party are
Goal for
in
this session:
jail.
get everyone arrested.
Crimes
Well,
are
I'm
illegal
worried-
in this
I'm-
campaign.
I'm worried on account of Tom is absolutely not enough of an idiot to, like, not know where Cynthia's going at this point, probably, and also that she told him if she's not back, then something went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Which are 2 reasons that dumbass might go looking for her at this point. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, Cynthia's going for a trip on down to the station. Frank, by the way, you have not gotten a reply back to that text about Milo still being alive, and it's been a couple days. What if I wanted to do plot, but my players all jumped in a fucking police cruiser and went to the local jail? What fucking then?
The assumption Frank's actually going with right now is that Milo's just being a moody teenager and that's why he's not getting a reply.
Milo's like 20, but okay.
Milo is a moody teenager and you cannot convince him
In
of
Frank's mind.
Fair enough.
Milo just, like, went to the spook house again, but he, like, fell just enough that he was able to get himself out and, like, back to his house, but he doesn't want to have to tell Frank that he, like, definitely fucked up again.
No, Frank is pretty sure that he didn't actually go again and he's just being like,
Well, does anyone else have anything to do on this fine Monday?
I played the 5th.
I think
Just
Frank's
being
gonna.
a criminal.
I think Frank's gonna do a little googling, just like, you know, normally if a train's going through the Delum tracks, there would be some kind of like.
Yeah, there would be like a schedule or something. You could definitely keep track of that. There's nothing indicating that you should be hearing train noises.
Yeah. He's also going to give Afia a text and like, were the train noises a prank? ?
I think you pretty soon after get a reply that's like, no, ?
Frank just then sends thumbs up.
I like Milo and Cynthia go to jail. Tom stands in a field and Frank steadily loses sanity over a train whistle. What a fucking session.
It is us.
We're 2.5 hours in, and all I've gotten to do is put Milo in baby jail.
Parker, you need to stop running into baby jail.
Stop volunteering for baby jail. Don't join the Illuminati. Don't go to the spook house when it's illegal to do so. To be fair, that part you had no clue about, but I do think it's pretty fucking funny that Cynthia walks into the police station, you two make eye contact for a second.
Also, at some point soon, dinner.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, we are like at the 2.5 hour mark if we wanted to do a quick break, because I could definitely stand to eat a little bit of food. Probably not all of it, but...
Yeah, I can go food.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can take a quick break.
All right.
We'll be
when we come back, plot might happen.
Yeah, shout out to our
Hopefully.
viewer. When we get back, I'm sure something will happen. I've got one hell of a week queued up as far as I know, so that's pretty exciting. But yeah, we'll be back. I mean, I say like I'm going anywhere other than to the fridge to get my sandwich, but break screen.
My stream is so laggy. It still hasn't gotten to the break screen. There we go.
I'm a big fan of how this is all played out.
I think it's fucking wild.
Listen, sometimes you make reference to someone who is distinctly not Milo.
I don't know. I just think, like, it's plausible that Tom could go to the spook house, but also I think it would take a lot more convincing than, like, just Cynthia going a little bit missing. Like, Cynthia can take care of herself.
True.
She's gonna be fine. Like, yes, I'm gonna get worried, but I'm gonna, like, call and leave a message. Maybe stay up late worrying, but I don't think I'm going to the spook house. I think you're on your own getting out of jail.
I feel like that's at least a reasonable challenge for Cynthia. Maybe Milo, but like for Cynthia, that's doable. She failed without talking to people anyways, so
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna get more water.
cool. I have a pitcher.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
How's it hanging, chat? What's poppin'? Any Subway lovers in the house tonight? I really would like to get like background music for this part, but copyright be scary. How's the stream doing? I haven't had that actually in front of me for a hot second.
I mean, it's streaming. It's a stream.
True. I just mean like I haven't had the like the twitch.tv/my ceiling is tilted has not been in front of my eyes in a hot second. So yo, shout out to our viewers. Like there's people here. Why?
Yeah.
We're on break. That number's been 5 for long enough I stopped paying attention.
It's jumping between 6 and 7 has been what I've been seeing.
Well, shout out to whoever homie is 6. Pretty high.
Yeah.
Next up, we learn how to get out of jail.
But real jail and not baby jail. We can't just go and do more crimes to not be in jail.
This is the thing that Kellen's allowed to do now. That crime is real.
Yep. Crime is real.
Crime is real. I'm fucking letting you off with a warning. And I try it again and I'll put you away. But yeah. This session has took a turn that I was not anticipating.
The turn is jail.
Listen, I personally find jail to be fun and sexy. I'm ready for bed. I'm fucking tired.
A break happens and it's just like time to crash for like 10 minutes.
I'm gonna go take a nap. Wake me up when Milo's done serving time. Jesus Christ. Welcome, new viewer. We're not doing anything. Not yet, anyway. We're waiting. All these East Coast fuckers just gotta do things like eat. And by all these, I mean Parker. But
Parker. And James is getting food too. He usually has dinner early, I think.
yeah. Oh, boo-hoo. We have corporeal forms that need sustaining.
Uh-oh.
Weak sauce. I hope we get another fun and cool bot in chat.
Yeah.
There's like we've had one like every other stream.
Yeah. Well, that means the next stream we get one.
Yeah, but like I want one every stream. It makes me feel like I'm being seen, you know? Get a little dopamine hit from
Hitting the ban button.
hitting the band. Well, no, just getting a funny little chat with a funny different username, and then it's like, if you want to buy viewers. It's just nice to know that someone's out there, you know?
And someone is a bot trying to get you to.
Scam you?
Well, yeah, but behind every bot is a scammer, you know? I can't believe it's 80 degrees out. That's horrible.
It's so bad. It's not supposed to be tomorrow, though.
No, it's supposed to drop pretty hard and then stay pretty low.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is like 73, and then it gets down into the 60s on Monday.
Gorgeous.
It's also supposed to rain. My weather app was backing off on how much it was going to rain yesterday. It was like, it's going to rain in the evening, and I was like, but that's still rain. So,
We're winning.
yeah. But it's like, I mean, yesterday I was wearing shorts was how warm it was. It's the end of September. Why are we still doing this?
It's, what, 5 days till spooky month?
Yeah, something like that.
And I found
It's
a good
less than a
October
week.
art prompt list.
Nice.
We're gaming.
And
It's spooky time, my boys!
True!
But yeah, well, because it's Thursday. It's the last day of September. So something like that.
Yeah. And then it's October.
Yeah.
And I get to be in my element for a month. Also midterms. Gaming.
Yeah, that's too. My first midterm is October 1st.
I was gonna say, at least they're like early in October, so later in October we can
Yeah, and then I
watch
think the week
scary
after
movies and
midterms.
vibe.
Wait, midterms aren't already now for you folks?
No, this is
Yeah,
only
my
the next
first
week
midterm is
week
next
5.
week.
Mine's like the one that I know the date of is October 14th. I know my creative writing class doesn't fucking like have one.
Yeah, my first one is the 1st. I don't know when the rest of mine are. One of them I don't have one. I just had a physics test, so I don't know if that counts. Oh yeah, tomorrow at 4. The chance of rain, or like 5, goes all the way up to 78, and then doesn't go back down for like the next, well, until Tuesday apparently, but then it's still, I don't know what the rain thinks it's doing, but it's going to rain. It needs to.
So half the party is currently in jail. I also realized while I was out that probably about 3/4 of the party is persona non grata at the information desk at the town hall, specifically with Sean.
I've been trying not to be annoying about it.
No, but you walked in with a person who then used the information you got during that thing to commit a crime.
Yeah, that's true. I guess I might be a little suspicious because was the one asking about that information, but I wasn't the one who was like, how do I go visit this house?
No, but you did ask about the house with the person who did that. Like, if someone had died at the Granton Spook House, Tom, you'd absolutely be...
You mean like in the
suspicion.
last 2 days? As opposed to...
Well, I just mean, like, in terms of
40 years ago.
investigation, like, you're
Yeah.
absolutely liable for what has happened.
Frank is the only one who can go see Sean and not be told to fuck off, probably.
I want to know what's up with Trade. Can we... Why do we have to be in jail? Other than the fact that bad decisions.
Because
much.
bad decisions? What the fuck do you mean other than bad decisions?
Frank also wants to know what's up with Train, but I don't know how to investigate Train. It's just a noise in the middle of the night. Noises happen.
Yeah. That's kind of what the investigation I'm doing is like, too. It's just like, yeah, something weird happened. I don't know quite how to go about looking into that more than I've already done. Because apparently, not go back to the house is, I guess, technically an option. But also, I don't want to go to jail. And also, I don't know that I necessarily want to go back to the house full stop, just because of what happened the last time I was there.
Yeah.
A valid concern. See, what you have not factored into the equation is the fact that if you don't know how to do something, you can just do other things instead.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Gotta find other things first, though.
I've given a number of other things that could possibly be looked into.
Like graffiti. That's something to look into.
That's something to look into.
Yeah.
There's an entire location affiliated with Hector Schoen that we just haven't addressed.
The lake?
Gonna go visit this man's fucking gravestone.
True. Well, I mean,
if Tom needs closure, like...
That's true. I mean, that is a pretty...
Good grief. Fucking, there's some other things that I've alluded to that might possibly get addressed. I've at least gotten hope in that department.
I want to know what's up with the thing in the woods. That's like... How the fuck do I go about investigating that? Is something that I have not come up with any answers to.
Frank needs to go find Hector's fishing supplies and roast them.
Are they even there? Do we know?
have we tried?
I think I might have maybe some trouble finding that spot again.
Oh yeah. There was not a trail there.
No, it was just sort of wander through the woods for a bit, and I was being led, and it was like 4:30 in the morning.
Because that's when fish happen.
True.
Yup, that's fishing time.
Listen, he died as he lived, completely ignorant in the ways of fishing.
He's spending his death how he spent his life, not knowing how to fish.
My dude didn't realize that fish have eyes, and they need eyes to be able to see the goddamn bait.
He's from urban Connecticut. What do you want from him?
Logical reasoning.
Logical reasoning says everyone who ever has fished on TV does it at a funny hour of the day.
I've been to enough state parks. Tom hasn't, but I have, to know that fishing is the kind of thing you can definitely just do in, like, the afternoon.
I mean, yeah, it is, but that's not when the hardcore fisher folk fish. Unless it's river fish, in which case then yes, it is when the river fish are fish.
And here's the thing, even in like stillwater fishing, the big reason people go out early in the morning is because they go out early in the morning and then are there all day.
All day, yeah, exactly. Also, the water tends to be like less.
Yeah, it's
fucked up.
calmer.
Yeah. Thanks for the word calmer. I definitely couldn't come up with that in time for the sentence to reach that point. I hate it when the water gets fucked up.
Abby, remember on Ross Lake those mornings where we had to get up at 4 a.m.
Oh God.
to start
Yes.
going? Because Quinn broke our fucking boat.
Yup.
Yikes.
Fun fact, if you're ever handling a canoe, pull it out by the rim, not the crossbar, not the crossbar,
True.
the rim.
Yeah.
Don't fuck up your boat.
That is how one handles. Yeah.
Because if you pull it by the crossbar, you pull out the crossbar.
And just leave.
And if you pull out the crossbar 26 miles from the dam that you then have to portage it down, then you have to splint your boat.
No
and
more
now
boat.
your boat, and then your boat gets to be fucky wucky for the rest of.
Oh shit. Also, don't let
Who
people
needs
sleep
boat?
in your canoe.
Why
That's a
would you do
good
that?
rule.
Why would you sleep in a canoe?
I don't fucking know. Why don't you take that up with the fucker who was asleep in my goddamn canoe? Homegirl was like rolling around, fucking trying to get comfy.
Was this just a random person?
Well, no, it was like a camp counselor training canoeing trip, which was great. I love canoeing. I do not love canoeing when the fucking canoe almost capsizes like 3 different times because the dumbass in the middle, who by the way was supposed to be like helping, fucking decides to take a nap for funsies.
You know, sometimes that's how it goes.
It was a mood, honestly, but I did not want to get wet, so I was a little upset about it.
So
But that was fun, because, like, everyone else had to have an adult in their boat because they couldn't work a boat because they were all from, like, urban areas in Massachusetts and New York. But my little self and one other person who was there, we both knew how to canoe, so we got our own fucking boat with one of the losers in the middle, which was pretty sick.
At the camp I worked at, we had like area awards for like you basically had to do a bunch of challenges related to the area, and for the beach, one of the requirements was they put you in a rowboat with no oars, they pull out the plug that prevents the boat from flooding, push you into the lake, and you have to paddle the perimeter of the lake.
All right.
While the boat is actively flooding, without oars.
Listen, it's called a challenge, and it's for real gamers only.
Apparently the strategy is you have to get like way up to the front of the boat so that the plug is leaning out of the water.
Yeah, that would be my thought.
And then just, paddle a mile and a half without oars.
Is there a time limit?
No.
Yeah, fucking go to sleep out there.
Well, no, because you have to maneuver it into every little inlet.
That's fucked up.
It's hardcore.
I don't know why you do it. It doesn't sound fun. Like, it's not a fun challenge.
Because you have to do it to get the area award.
But it doesn't, like... And? What does it prove you're capable of, other than an incredibly specific and unfun challenge?
It's not the only requirement.
Yeah, but
There's
what does
like
it contribute to the rest of the requirements?
It's interesting. Apparently, it's actually one of the more fun ones.
I guess. And the sheer absurdity of it.
Yeah.
I don't like getting wet, so I would not enjoy it. What the fuck is the rest of this session gonna be?
Who knows?
I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed because I didn't... fuck. I forgot... I had an art file that got corrupted, when I, like, got out here. Like, it was fine in Maine, and it was bad when I opened it here. And I'm annoyed because it has, like, a bunch of characters who I would like to have art of, that I've done art of, but that I don't have art of because the file got fucked up. And so basically I only have the colors and the shading, I don't have the line art. So I could redo it, and I should redo it, but I keep forgetting to redo it, and then I'm like, oh, well I already have art of this character, and then I realize that no I don't. It's fucked up.
F.
Well, maybe I'll make sure that happens this week. It's just boring to draw shit I've already drawn. But it's like, other than the line art, everything's still there, so like, I really probably should just put on a podcast and
Just
redo it
go.
all. Because it's not like I have to like re-sketch everything. The line, the like, color is enough that I can tell where the lines go, you know? One day we'll have a Parker.
One day.
Parker is illegal.
What?
We're just not allowed to have Parker.
Yeah, true. Well, he's in jail, so.
Yeah.
Oh boy, we are 33rd on the RPGs category.
Whoa. Wait! I sent that one to Seth! Yo! Sick! I don't have to redo that one. It's been saved at a slightly lower resolution than I normally save things at, but it's there! Hell yeah, that's what we call gaming.
Good job. You did it.
Well, that's one, but it looks like it's the only one that's been preserved. Unfortunate.
Rude.
Hold on,
Wait,
I got
did
it.
I send that one to...
If we want this stream to become big,
Uh-huh.
we can be innovators in the TTRPG category.
What? How much more do you want me to fucking innovate?
No. No, this is like innovation in the stream part, which is we all get VTuber rigs of our characters.
Oh my god.
Okay, so what you've just said is Kellen reveals that Kellen knows how to use Blender and 3D fucking rigs a bunch of characters for us, which is not happening. Are you sociopaths?
I was not expecting you to do it first.
Well, I can't afford to make that happen. That shit's expensive because it's time-consuming and horrible, and no one ever, like, should want to do it and also be a healthy person. Shout out to all the 3D animators who will never hear this, but, like, I don't know how the fuck y'all do it.
But also, imagine.
Oh, I imagine it, and it's fucking cursed as hell. No thanks.
That. No.
I'm gonna
Simply
no. Here's what
no.
we do: we get a VTuber rig, but it's for like me as like a funny cloaked shadowy figure, and then I'm the one who gets to VTube.
I think it would be amazing if we VTubed as the 4 characters. It
No,
would be
no.
so
Here's what we
good.
do: we VTube as the characters, but nothing changes other than the fact that the mouths of the characters in the splash art like flap with the audio input. Everything else is the same.
That would be so hard because Abby and I are on the same mic.
No, it would just mean that the mouth it just moves both of them. That's the easy solution.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I started clickbaiting your stream titles. I shouldn't have said that out loud because now you're gonna go look at what it is. But
No, I'm
Oh,
just
I've had the page open the whole time.
Oh no, it's Abby, it's Shade.
Oh, it's Shade.
I don't know why yours hasn't updated.
Because it's been sitting here and I haven't refreshed the page, probably.
Have you just not even like clicked on the page? I don't know.
listen, all I'm saying is that I wish that it was not as hard as it was to like set up VTuber rigging because I would do it for like an April Fool's episode if it wasn't like 40
So
years
much
of my
work.
life lost.
See, the
Kelly,
easier,
be a VTuber.
I don't want
The
to be a
easier-
VTuber.
easier solution is just make some talk sprite.
Actually, when I was in middle school, I invented the concept of a VTuber.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't a thing then, so like, I was innovating, but
Gaming.
Oh, my cousin continues to be a social media.
a what?
Shout out to @thebeagle on Instagram. I mean, she's up to 85.3 thousand followers.
Great, why aren't we fucking marketing the stream there? Like,
She's too busy marketing her new sweatshirts that she sells. And to be fair, her new cat Clea is adorable. Very good kitty.
shout out to our dedicated audience member who has sat through the entirety of break.
Yeah.
You
I'm
are the
waiting
heart
for
of the
the Parker.
So the question is, of the 4 people who have viewed this stream other than us, how many of them are bots?
All. No, if they were bot, they should have. When I said I miss having bots in my chat, they should have
Yeah, they
put
should have
bot
known.
text in chat. It's some interaction. It's some dopamine. That's all. Keeping the dream alive. I wish I had, like, a few more hours in a day, you know?
That's called not sleeping.
Yeah, but if I don't sleep, then those hours are useless anyway, so... I'm just saying that, like... I want a Twitch chat bot that, like, can be like, hey, moves in the funny game.
Oh.
That would be fun.
But I'd have to make that.
Yeah. Or one of us would.
And I would perish trying. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
I could probably do it. I just need time to do it, and I don't have time to do it because I gotta do 30 billion fucking other things. All this goddamn school shit. I'm really at the end of my rope. They want me to turn in homework assignments. Obscene.
I'm in a little bit of a lull right now because I just turned in a bunch of stuff, like the 10-page lab report.
Oh, that's gonna be me in like a couple days. Once the like coding assignments are turned in, oh fuck, it's gonna be like a weight has been lifted.
Oh yeah, so my MATLAB class, the thing that really annoys me about that class is, like, the structure is, we do a pre-lab covering whatever we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
We do a lab covering whatever we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have a lecture teaching us that content.
Okay.
So
Yikes.
for example, the most recent thing we did was like 2D plotting, making 2D plots.
Mm-hmm.
And we had all of our assignments related to that due before we had our first lecture on the subject.
Yikes.
Which is so pointless. Because at that point, why are you lecturing us on it?
Yeah.
We already know how to do it.
Yeah.
You already had us do this whole thing about it. Why am I getting
I'll
a
also
lecture?
point out that the lectures I got on 2D like graphing in MATLAB was 1 week of classes, which was 2 classes, and then a homework assignment that had like a month until the due date. Because that's how our class did it.
Oh, you see, our homework assignment was assigned 3 days before it was due.
No.
And we have 1 lecture a week.
No, I think I maxed out at having 3 homework assignments assigned and unfinished simultaneously, while none of them.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was awesome. I had not started any of them, and I was on track to get them all in by the due date. But I hated that class for other reasons, namely the fact that my final project partner didn't know what the fuck was going on, so I had to do it on myself.
I mean, no one in my class knows.
I mean, it's valid, but like I knew what was going on, so that meant I had to carry, you know.
Yeah.
Also, Parker's back, which means we can play a video game.
This is not a video game.
Yup, it's a video game. I mean, I see video, and we're gaming.
What's ahead?
I mean, according to you guys earlier, I'm not a real gamer. Can we really be gaming right now?
I mean, fake gamers can game. They're just not
Just
gamers.
fake gaming.
It's a gamer thing. You wouldn't understand.
That might be the most cursed thing you've ever said. And you said some cursed shit.
We have logs of a lot of it.
I don't think
Fuck
that
the quotes,
wins.
Shell. Listen, what can I say? Alright. People were in jail.
Yeah.
I'm gonna level with you, Cynthia and Milo. You're not going to prison. Like, they let you off with a warning. But the warning is basically, if we're looking now, because there's nothing else for us to be doing, because it's a small town in the middle of nowhere, if we fucking catch you there again, charges are going to happen. Like, you can't be fucking around with this shit, boys. And Cynthia.
Boy and Cynthia.
Well, I just Tom entered my head in that same space for a little bit, so
He's
Hey,
not
Tom
there.
hasn't been caught
No.
yet.
Yeah, I know Tom hasn't been caught yet, but that goes
Also,
down
I
for
got
him. If
invited.
they catch you
What do
there
you want
also.
from me?
But yeah, no. So you guys are let off with a warning. Don't fucking do it again. Capiche?
All right, Milo, when are you going back?
Milo
I
gets
think it was Saturday
eliminated from the
at this
campaign.
point.
Milo, you have been voted off the island.
Is that before the evening? Do I have to be concerned about Cynthia?
Probably yes, but
Okay.
You keep her there for like the rest of the day, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so you get when you get back to like your phone, there's a message on it. Tom being like, it's night. You said it. Well, if you weren't back by night to get worried. I hope you're doing okay.
Ran into a couple of issues, but I'm doing okay. Okay, is I think they call that Tom get.
Oh, great. I'm glad you made it through. Did you have a good hike?
No,
All right.
I had an interesting day.
I don't know why we were doing that like it was like a text bit when it was a phone call that we were
True.
having.
Yeah, I don't know.
Milo, you
But
get
that's
out
the
to a
vibe.
text from Frank saying, "Yo, you alive?" That's from like 3 days ago.
Yeah, I think Milo finally responds and is like, yeah, was just chilling in jail for a bit. It's all good.
I think Frank's just text back LMAO.
Completely valid.
And then right after that, I warned you.
We really got I told you so by fucking Frank.
He didn't get I told you. Yeah, he got I told you so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Milo just leaves that one on red.
Frank is perfectly okay with that.
Actually, if Cynthia's calling time, she probably also, like, when she calls, I feel like she leaves, like, a voicemail. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how late you get out, but I've been going to bed reasonably early. I mean, probably I left my phone on so that it would, like, ring, so I will probably pick up when that call happens and just be tired the whole time.
Yeah.
Because your car is still in my driveway.
True. Yeah, I think Cynthia gives Sam a call, like, besides
no.
Sam?
Tom,
Damn it.
God damn it,
I
wrong-
personally blame Kai for naming
Yeah,
his
it's my
characters
fault.
as like a regular old name that's one
Consonant
syllable and ends
vowel
with an M.
I've done
Yup.
it before
Had 3
too.
letters.
I've gotten better about it.
They're also both short for something longer.
Yeah,
Because
nope,
that's how
it's
names
absolute.
work.
I've done the same thing before, and it's just because they're very, very similar names.
Yeah, it's my fault, but
Anyways, I feel like the information that gets delivered here is also like, hey, if you want to check out, like, Hector's grave, it's in the town cemetery. Which
Cool.
I assume you know where that is, and if not, I
yeah,
can show you.
I mean, I can find it. Nice. Thanks for letting me know, I guess.
It might be
Do
nice to have
you-
some, but
What? Your car is still here.
I feel like,
Do you need me to pick you up somewhere?
where is Cynthia?
The
Like-
sidewalk, the road, the police station parking lot.
Where is the police station? Is it just like in Granton?
Yes.
Or cool. I feel like Cynthia just goes down the road a little bit. Like, I feel like Cynthia's hanging out outside the diner and is like, "Hey Tom, yes, can you pick me up here?" I would like my car, please.
Yeah, I'll pick up Cynthia at the diner then. And I guess not ask too many questions as to why she was just in town when she said she was going for a hike. But she doesn't look obviously, like, injured or anything.
Oh yeah, no, she's doing fine.
Yeah. So it's not like you had a bad fall and needed to, like, go to the hospital or anything.
True.
Not that there's even a hospital in Granton.
Oh, a
Going
hospital in
to
Grayson. There's not a
hospital.
hospital in the fucking county.
Yeah. I mean, Tom knows where the closest hospital is, and it's a ways away.
So Spook House is now extremely illegal, which is fun.
Yep.
It's always been illegal, now it's just guarded.
Extremely illegal.
Now it's just enforced.
Enforced illegality.
Which means I have a...
Oh, I take that back. There are a couple in Canaan. Well, there you go. And a couple in St. Johnsbury.
Cool.
I mean, I'm not surprised that I was, like, wrong about that, but also it feels true, you know? I would not have been
Yeah,
surprised.
I guess I would be...
I was looking to see if there were actually none, not to confirm that there were none, you know? I would have been more surprised to find out that there were none than to find out that there are some, but if there had been none,
Yeah, I
would
don't
felt
know if
vindicated.
necessarily get away with not having a hospital in the entire county, but I guess it depends how big your county is and how many people there are in your county.
Small and none, but
It's
it's fucking
enough to have a
Vermont,
hospital.
so... yeah, so what are you all up to?
It's probably Tuesday at
Yeah.
this point, unless people have hot Monday after evening, like night take.
Monday evening, Frank is gonna do another evening walk around of the town, the lookout for Vandal.
It's not really a role to, like, find people in this game, so...
He's literally just walking around being the goddamn neighborhood watch of
yeah.
Main Street, Granton, Vermont.
It's him. The hero the people deserve.
But not the one they wanted or needed.
I mean, you don't see any overt vandalism happening. I don't know. Fucking the van's probably back in the, like, parking lot. That's probably a thing.
Oh, the van with the person drinking in the back?
Yeah.
I think Frank's gonna go say hi again.
Oh, great. Yeah, I don't think that he's drinking currently. In fact, it looks like he's trying to illegally use the, like, diner dumpster. But that's okay. It's fine.
I think Frank's just gonna kind of, like, walk and be like, having a good evening?
When you, like, speak to him, he, like, shuts the dumpster lid as, like, what, has been caught in the act of doing something he's definitely been yelled at for before, you know? As, like, I mean, whatever, yeah, fine.
I don't think I got your name the last time we met. I'm Frank. Reaches out a hand.
he wipes his hands on his pants because he's just been handling, like, trash bags and dumpsters and shit.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, Marshall. Sorry, why the fuck are you? What is this, like?
On a walk around town, saw a person, thought I might make conversation. If you want me to leave you alone, I can leave you alone.
This motherfucker has never been given that as an option. Marshall blue screens completely and utterly. It just like has a moment of what? I mean, yeah. I don't know. Like, what do you want?
Frank just shrugs and says, "Some nice conversation, but if you want me to leave you alone, I'm perfectly happy to do that. Have a good evening," and just starts walking away.
I think Marshall like stands there kind of dumbfounded until he realizes that he's still standing next to the dumpster he's not supposed to be using for his trash, and like, you know, heads back for the van a little bit.
Frank does this because he's not a sociopath and understands that he shouldn't badger people who don't want to be badgered.
Cynthia.
He's a normal human being.
Listen, everybody's got their quirks, and Cynthia's is seeming like a plainclothes police officer.
Anyways, Frank just kind of continues his walk.
Yeah, well, you have a lovely walk. Yeah, I don't know, there's probably not too much strange, going on other than that, you know, maybe a new face that, but here and there, or whatever, but nothing, nothing too, like, that's not a thing, just, like, some fucking, I don't know, probably hippie came in from the city to do whatever the fuck they do. Hiking, probably.
And there's just a guy living out of a van. He's just trying to make his way in the world.
You have a name. That's
Yeah,
more than we
Marshall.
had before. Do I have art of Marshall? I know I have like sketches of Marshall. I don't think I have any rendered art of Marshall, so I will have to work on that. I can't believe I managed that.
He's just the van man.
He is. He's just also, like, for the amount of time I've spent doodling him, it's really funny to me that I just straight up don't have art of him. Yeah, nope, not even in the corrupted file. That's pretty funny. What a loser.
Damn.
You mean to Marshall? He seems like a good lad.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what are the rest of you up to?
I feel like it's reasonable for Cynthia to have like caught on that Tom's visitors are back.
Has
What?
she been back to his house?
I guess not since the hiking thing.
Then
No.
yeah, probably not.
Probably not.
That is not a way that I have thought at all about the event.
The word visitors.
Lives in my head solely as Hector, and I was like, what the fuck do you mean?
You were just discussing the knowledgeable thing.
I figured it out, but I was like, it took, I had to go, wait, what, first?
Yeah, I don't know.
But if you want to visit,
True. I think I do.
Okay, what are you visiting? I know what Tom is doing Tuesday afternoon. And Cynthia's not invited.
Maybe Wednesday. Wednesday seems like a reasonable time for that.
alright.
Also, I don't know how Milo's doing necessarily after getting out of jail, but I'm sure they had a fun chat.
I was gonna say, like, have you two just, like, because you didn't really get a chance to talk at the station, so...
Yeah, I think that's probably a reasonable way for Cynthia to spend her Tuesday or Wednesday.
Well, Tuesday is the day after you got out of jail.
Do we wanna do that scene? Because I think it should happen on camera.
I hate that it should happen on camera,
Yeah.
but I can't disagree.
Why? Why is that a cursed fact?
I don't know. It
My
just
question is Milo finally the one who initiates a conversation between the two of you? Or is it still Cynthia?
Why the fuck is Cynthia in jail?
Why is Cynthia looking into the spook
How
house?
is Cynthia looking into the spook house? All question.
Yeah, I think you might get like a text from Milo just being like, just like, hey, can we like talk for a minute? Like, what's up with you?
Absolutely. When works for you? I'm a little bit retired and not doing anything. Sort of.
You're doing a lot of things, but none of them involve having a job
True.
or a schedule.
Or commitments. Outside of knitting club.
Yeah, knitting club is real.
What day is it today?
Tuesday,
Tuesday?
the 23rd.
Yeah, I think you might just say like, I don't have any plans. Just stop by the B&B whenever.
All right, I'll. How about sometime tomorrow? Tomorrow afternoon, I'll swing by.
You get a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Thank you, Milo.
Does Cynthia have a phone that will read emojis?
Yes.
I think we've
Okay.
had this conversation.
But she has like a flip phone.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if her phone reads emojis. Probably.
Oh,
I would not be
okay.
surprised.
Then you just get a
She gets a box.
sounds good.
She assumes this means it's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so Cynthia's gonna go pay Milo a visit at the B&B tomorrow afternoon.
Is there anything happening between now and then?
Yes. Since Cynthia suggested it and Tom has literally nothing better to do, I'm visiting Hector's grave just for like more proof that man really is in fact dead. Probably bring some like flowers. I don't know where I would get flowers. I don't know that the grocery store is the...
probably sells them.
But yeah, if they have some, I'll just get like...
So, I mean, yeah, you roll up to the cemetery. It's not that hard to find. It's basically in town proper. What time is it?
After work, so like 5:30 probably. Depending on how long it's... assuming I get off at like 5, I'm just, going right after.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about, like, because it wouldn't be... It's like mid-fall, so it's not like dark yet, but it's probably getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the cemetery is not open after dark, so...
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm definitely trying not to go in the dark. I don't want to be in the cemetery at night.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure it was, like, open. But,
yeah.
Yeah, so the Granted Cemetery is not, I guess, exciting as far as cemeteries go. I'm just a big field with some rocks in it. Also, entombed corpses, because they put those in cemeteries additionally.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that is what a cemetery is for.
But yeah, no, it's just kind of like this sort of hill that's, kept pretty well maintained. Little clusters of headstones. The whole thing is fairly large. Like, this is kind of like the cemetery in the area, other than like the scattered small like private ones. So, there's like a lot of graves there. Granted, while like the like Renton is like a colonial town, so there's like a lot of graves there.
This is a long time that people have been dying in this town.
Exactly. And you know, there's more every day. I mean, there aren't, but like anyway.
Every year.
So yeah, there's like a sort of like a maintenance shed type thing kind of out in the back.
Yeah. I probably have to hunt for a little bit. I don't know how it's organized, but like
It's not.
yeah, that was what I was expecting. Just like anything that looks about 40 years old.
Okay, well, you end up looking for a like hot minute, like teetering
Yeah.
on. You're not allowed to be here anymore, because Hector Stone is like one of the like small, like slab ones. It's not like a.
Oh, yeah.
It's not
Okay.
like it's not
yeah.
like a Tombstone like cartoon
Yeah.
half cylinder shape. It's like
It
a.
took me a second. Yeah, just like a
it's the
plaque
bar.
with stone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a brick that they just dropped.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's got his name on it. It's got his birth to death date. That's fucking it. There's nothing. There's no other like space
Yeah.
on it. But
Yeah. Presumably it says 76. I don't know what else it would say. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know if I have anything to say. I don't think Tom really does either. Because it's like all platitudes, right? It's all like, I enjoy the other side or whatever the fuck is the kind of thing you say over gravestone. But he isn't.
Lol, F's in the chat.
F's in chat.
Thanks.
Come on, fam squad. Let me see him. That's not all the F's that could possibly be put in chat.
Hi.
Nope.
Where's your F? You're the one
You
actually
have to pay
going to.
respects.
How you're the one
F's in
actually
chat
going to
for
sing F to
Hector
pay
Schoen.
respect. You can't not.
I thought I was
Why are you
paying
being
my
a content
respect
guy?
in part. Yeah, that's why I'm being
Ah,
content.
there we go.
Yeah, I don't know. So I
Rest
think
in
I just
peace,
like
Big
stand
Bird.
there for a bit.
Hold on,
And
did you
put-
get 5 people chatting at the same time?
Oh, wait, did I? It doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
Ah, damn.
Rude. Yeah, I don't think Tom really has anything to say. I think I just deliver flowers and like stand there for a bit. And then it's like dark, so I have to leave before I get kicked
Yeah.
out.
I think kind of as you like start to head out, you see like someone step out of the maintenance shed to like check on you. He's big. He's really fucking big. And he's got this big old like he's got this big old dark gray black beard. And like the way that the shadows kind of play off his face. He's Tom. He definitely triggers the fight or flight a little bit. Like his eyes are like sunken and dark, and yeah, he's quite a character to behold. He is built like he could snap your cane like a fucking toothpick.
Yikes. Yeah, I think I'll just like give a sort of wave, like a yeah, I'm on the way out, and just start walking a little fast, just as fast as I can, without like running.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's a grave for you.
Yeah.
What else are the rest of you up to?
I think Milo and Cynthia had arranged to have a chat.
Well, I think that should happen then.
Cool. So Cynthia pulls up, knocks on the door, calls ahead as always. Yeah, knocks on Milo's door.
Yeah.
And how's Milo's room looking? I'm just curious.
I think Milo keeps his room as clean as his car is, and by that I mean a complete disaster, kind of. Not as trash because he hasn't had as long to like be in it, you know.
Right.
But it's definitely not neat. But yeah, no, I think when he opens the door, he's like, "Do you have some place you like wanna go to chat?" Or
You're just fine if you'd like. Not in
okay,
particular. Actually, yeah, this should be fine. I doubt we'll be running into anyone else.
yeah,
Except perhaps Gamekeeper's name.
Beth.
Beth. It's like I almost have been. What did you want to talk to me about? I mean, I can take a guess. But I guess I'd like to
well,
hear.
I mean, I'm a bit confused. As to why you were looking into the spook house, and also why you were telling people that I was poking around there.
I'm interested why you think I was telling people you were poking around there, because I certainly was not. That information was not something I said, although I could see how. I can see how that happened. Which I promised was an accident. Um, as for the whole reason, I'm that is my personal business. Um, but I went down to the records to find the address of the spook house, as it's called, I suppose. Um, and I suppose I made some vague references to an unnamed friend who I assure you is not you, um, who I can assume that they have. Um, I can only assume that that is sort of how they interpreted that. Um, so I'm sorry for the confusion. Of course, I had no way of knowing you were getting into this, I suppose. Does that sort of answer your question?
Yeah, I mean, I know you said it's for like personal business, but I'm still a little confused why you were like the way you headed there yourself. Like, no offense, but you're not the kind of person I'd like expect to see.
Well, I have been known to surprise people upon occasion. But, yeah, I suppose I'm not sworn to secrecy or anything. I'm looking into it on behalf of Tom, who I've as I assume you've met. I can only assume you've met from the video you showed me.
Yeah.
It's yeah. Beyond that, I don't think I can really say more. Other than that,
Right.
it's on his behalf.
That's fair, I guess. Is he like alright? He doesn't.
Well,
Whenever I talk to him,
Colin-
he seems a bit off.
He's not been taking it well. I'm doing what I can to help him, but it's hard for him since he had not just the shock of everything that you've been through, but sort of the addition of knowing, quote unquote, Hector before the incident.
Yeah.
In a way. But that's really, I guess, not my business to be sharing out too much.
Yeah.
So,
No, that's understandable, I guess. But
I would perhaps caution you against engaging with him about it too much, but it's also more his place to say than mine.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I kind of wasn't planning on involving him in everything. He seems like a nice guy, but I don't know. Kind of had to drag his ass out of there one time. I don't want to do it again.
Now you know how Frank feels.
Yeah. Again, if you do get into any trouble like that in the future, do give me a call. I am here. I am able to help. I would also advise maybe giving it a rest for a little bit. I perhaps it wouldn't be in. I can't say I could recommend uh, getting yourself in another situation like that anytime soon. Obviously,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know.
think I was planning on it at the moment. But
Can I read between the lines here?
Any objections?
I have my eyes on one question.
I don't see why not.
Cool. I think I'm trying to figure out if this is like brains or soul.
Well, are you reading Milo's emotions? Or are you analyzing
I think
his
this
body
is
language?
more analytical. Yeah, I think this is Milo. I think this is Cynthia trying to figure out if Milo means it when he says he's not going back anytime soon. So I'm going to go with brains for this one. That's a 9, so I do get to know what are you planning, Milo? Are you planning to go back? Do you mean that?
I mean,
Cool.
I think when Milo says I'm not planning to go back, it just means I haven't figured out how I'm gonna get back yet. You know?
All right.
So, he could be going back, but
Cool.
probably
Well-
not for a little bit.
Well, if you do really find yourself being drawn out there again, I would request you at least let me know, um, so that I am aware if you get arrested or if you run into any issue. Um, I would appreciate that if you would at least do that for me. But I'm glad to hear that you intend, you're not going back anytime soon. Um, what do you make of it? The whole sort of encounter incident.
It's probably some of the best footage I've ever gotten. I mean, it was a little scary, but I thought it was pretty interesting.
Indeed, very convincing. Well, unless there's anything else, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'll let you get on with your day. All right, I think
All right.
Cynthia, Cynthia will take her leave. Yeah.
All right. So,
Next steps.
what else we got on the to-do list?
Check in with Tom. Again, for like
It
the
is
eighth
always
time.
to check in
It's always
with
time to
Tom.
check in.
I think Frank's gonna continue his evening walks.
Yeah.
The neighborhood patrol is here, motherfucker.
Cool. Okay, so let's start with Cynthia checking in with Tom. What does that look like?
I don't know. I think Cynthia swings by in the evening. Maybe arranges before.
Yeah, Cynthia is the kind of person to check beforehand.
Yeah.
Cynthia's kind of thing.
Yeah, this isn't Cynthia showing up unannounced. I think Cynthia shows up with food that is not just pasta. So
Some non-pasta food item.
some non-pasta
You did
food
a
item.
roast. You
Yeah.
had the time to do that. Well, I guess you could have gotten away with it. But those take a while. That's something that you do.
Like a pot roast?
Yeah.
4 hours-ish you can get it done. It's better if you give it 8, but 4 hours can do it.
Why does my brain know only two foods are pasta and meat? That's the only food.
That's the only food you get at the dining hall. So
That's probably why. Yeah, I bet we could do a solid what do you call it? Where you have the stromboli?
Pasta tamales?
No, stromboli, which is pastry with stuff inside.
Expand your horizons a little bit. Make stir fry. It's so easy.
Cynthia shows up with some non-pasta food.
I don't know why do you need to get. Yeah, fair enough. I don't think we need to get that.
I don't know why the two of you together cannot come up with a food that isn't pasta.
Meat, pasta, and salad are the
It's our
three
new
foods.
door. What Cynthia brings for dinner is the new fucking impassable locked door of the campaign.
Yeah.
Forget breaking and entering. Now we don't know how to eat.
Anyways, yeah, Cynthia comes bearing food. Tom, how's your evening?
It's an evening. I don't know.
Dinner.
I haven't seen the thing in a week. Nope, not a week. Is it a week? I don't remember. It feels like a week. No.
So we sit down
Yeah.
for dinner.
Yup.
I think, after the part where you don't talk and eat your food, I think Cynthia's like, so, how are you holding up?
I mean, fine, I guess.
Any new developments? Anything, bothering you still?
Um, oh, I visited his grave like you recommended. It was there. Um,
Did it help?
eh, I mean, it's at least more evidence that, died 40 years ago, which is not news, but there's a difference between a newspaper and standing in front of a grave. So,
Mm, yeah. How is, life outside of that been? Work treating you well?
it's work. It's always been work. But yeah, it's fine.
Um,
Tom is tired. Tom is still a little bit on edge. He's just not doing well, but also actively denying it.
mhm. Uh, how, well, uh, well, I'm good to see that you're at least, hanging in there.
Yeah. Oh, how have you been?
Oh,
Um,
I mean, I've been a little better, but I can't complain on the whole. Um,
that's good.
I ran into a little bit of an issue on my hike earlier, of course.
Yeah. Was that? Well, it sounds like you got that sorted out.
Yeah, yes. Just a little bit of a misunderstanding. I talked with Milo earlier today.
Ew.
He seems like he's doing all right.
That's good.
Didn't seem to have any plans to be causing any more trouble anytime soon. Um,
Yes, that was what was agreed to.
Yeah, that's what Milo said.
it's not. Um, I feel like there's something I'm missing that has happened in the last 2 days, but maybe I'm wrong.
You went to jail. You
I
talked
talked
to
to Milo.
Milo.
Yep, and Tom went to visit the grave.
Yep.
How is like the outside at this hour?
Other than the thing that's standing like in the just inside the woods, on
You mean
Tom's front lawn,
That's-
pretty empty.
is that something I can see from the dinner table?
I'm assuming there are windows in the dining room.
Yeah, I've sort of put the dining room in like vaguely the front of the house.
Cool.
Because that's like
So if you like look out the window,
there's
yeah, you
definitely
would
eyes.
probably be able to observe that.
Cool.
It's
That's
not
fun.
immediately obvious from like further inside the room because the glare from the lights
Right.
would be an issue. But if you like go look out the window, then that's what you see.
I definitely haven't noticed it yet.
I
I
think
haven't been looking, but I haven't noticed.
Cynthia glances out the window because it happens, right? You're eating food, you look out the window every so
Yeah.
often. I think
I mean, there's probably like a window on top of the sink or whatever. So if you're like clearing dishes or something,
oh yeah.
big.
I think Cynthia's just like, are you expecting any other visitors this evening?
What? No, not to. What? Do you see someone else? Did you invite anyone over?
No, it's just a passing thought. I'll probably just someone passing by. I'm, you know how I can be a little overzealous sometimes. Anyways,
Yeah. I don't know. Now you've got me worried. Is this? No, I wasn't expecting anyone.
is it still there?
I mean, it's not fucking going anywhere.
Don't move.
I will be right back.
Okay.
I think Cynthia like puts her dishes down, and we're gonna step out the front door.
I'm definitely watching out the window. What the fuck is going on?
Is this a place in which I could do familiar territory to try to consult with the energies of my home turf to figure out what's going on here?
Is it?
I feel like Tom's house definitely qualifies as Cynthia's home turf. She's here a lot.
You weren't wrong about that.
Yeah.
Someone else's house is my turf.
I'm gonna do that. Not hearing any objection. So, when you consult with the energies of your home turf, roll some dice. Please be good.
That's a 10.
That's a 10, and +1 means I got a 10 plus. So, on a hit, you learn of a threat, resource, or influence new to your grounds. On a 10 plus, ask one question your power could grant you an answer to. I feel like what the threat,
so there's a new
resource, influence is maybe a little bit of an obvious
something
question.
in the fucking field.
And I think like what this looks like in the narrative is like Cynthia's just walking towards it. Like, I don't know how close, if you get any closer, it
Well,
has.
I can tell you that your fucking dress is all kinds of fucked up right now. Just so we're on the same page.
Oh, right, because we're going like into the woods.
No, Tom
like
does
grass.
not.
Yeah,
mow
I
his
don't
lawn.
own a lawnmower. I have
It
never
is all
weeded my lawn.
waist-high field grasses and berry bushes. Like,
I have a field for my front yard.
when I said it's standing in the field, what I meant was it's
Standing
standing
in the front yard.
in the field.
Right, cool.
So if you're in heels and a dress or a skirt and you are walking off of Tom's front steps and going straight forward, you're in for a bad experience. Just so we're on the same page, this is not going to be enjoyable for you.
Yeah, cool. I'll take it.
Second point of order. It doesn't get closer.
It's like a fixed distance away from me.
As you approach the edge of the woods, it vanishes into the periphery.
God damn it.
Vanishes like poof, vanishes like
Vanishes like fades out because it's a static distance from a moving entity, and then it moves into the woods and is no longer visible.
Is it from where I'm watching in the window? Is it still?
No, you don't get to have questions right now. This is Abby's question.
Okay.
You wait your turn.
I get a question my power could grant me an answer to.
Yes.
Question that is like within my means to acquire the answer to. I guess what I would. Is like I have ideas, thoughts, but not anything that seems super reasonable. Let me see what I can throw out. What is this? Can I get more details other than a shadowy figure?
It's a shadowy figure. That's what it is.
Okay. That's not helpful.
You have gleaned no additional physical or incorporeal detail.
Cool. Is like... Has this left any, like, impact on, like, the area, physical or vibe-wise?
Nope.
Interesting.
As if it was never there to begin with.
It just...
Tom, you want to ask your question now?
Yeah. So as Cynthia is like walking towards it, and I'm watching from the window, is it like moving based on her perspective, or is it like staying in the same spot and she's actually getting closer to it because I'm looking at it? Do I see it like move, or does it stay in one spot?
You see that as she approaches, it kind of fades out of existence.
Okay.
It's gone by the time she's even within, like, 10 feet of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting. It doesn't seem... It's just standing there, menacingly.
What makes you think it's menacing? Do you see the JoJo menacing things coming off of it?
Have you heard about this thing? It's just standing there. Ominously. How about that? We'll call it ominous.
Yeah, ominous is a better
I don't
word.
think ominous is arguable. I think Cynthia, like, spends a minute, like, poking around, and then, like, sort of where it was standing initially, and then, like, finds nothing and heads back inside.
Cynthia returns to the inside of your house. Her shoes are muddy up to, like, her ankles.
Yep.
And her dress, her dress is tattered and shredded and grimy, and, like, there's entire, like, thistle, clumps stuck to it, like...
But also...
Burdocks, that's what I'm looking for. Just, like, just ripe with burdocks.
But also surprisingly unwrinkly.
Oh, no, there's no wrinkles. You just shredded fucking everything, though.
Yep. Yep.
Grass stains.
It's
a well-ironed mess.
I'm, like, standing in the foyer, just, like... Why was your first reaction to go towards it?
Well, I figure that learning more about whatever that is maybe would help to know if it even presents a problem in the first place, or knowing anything about it.
Have you fucking seen anything like this? That was very nonchalant for the fact that shadow in the woods watching me.
Aside from the ones that were here when you moved in, I can't say I've encountered this before.
Shadows in the woods when I moved in?
Is that accurate?
I mean,
I'm pretty sure
they do seem to be pretty much only bothering Tom. That's that you encountered it the first time with Tom while Tom was in bed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was never an issue before, now that you were aware of.
I suppose just my curiosity. No, I don't know.
You knew that they've been here the entire fucking time and you didn't say anything while I was scared out of my mind and thought I was hallucinating because of all the, like, painkillers I was taking?
Never mentioned it. How was I to? Why would I bring that?
My fuck was fucking hallucinating! You know how much, like, oxy I was on?
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. I'm sorry I didn't mention it sooner. I suppose I just didn't know you were aware of them, and I didn't want to concern you with while you were recovering.
If you had to guess, and don't bullshit me about this, if you had to guess what are they and what do they want with me?
Cynthia really doesn't have any sort of prior experience that would give her any information on this, would it? Cool. Because I know she's, like, done some stuff before, but nothing like this. Which reminds me that's what worth maybe fleshing out later.
If you
A little
know
bit.
so much
Anyways,
about...
frankly, am almost as much in the dark as you about it, which is again why I wanted to get more information.
By walking directly towards it?
Well, I mean, I didn't learn nothing from that.
Well, then what did you learn?
I learned that if you go walk towards them, they won't attempt to interact with you. In fact, quite the opposite. And in fact, that also, they seemed to back away basically at the same rate. Again, I haven't really been able to look at them in really any detail before. So,
I mean, I guess that's better than nothing, but that still isn't... Nothing about this is reassuring.
I wish I could be more, but there's only so much I can do.
I thought they'd fucking left. If they'd ever been here at all. I haven't seen them since March. I don't know what they're doing back.
Perhaps it's they hadn't started reappearing until you saw Hector. Did they?
I know. I mean, I've only been seeing him for like a week.
If I had to wager a guess,
I think that's right. I think it's been a week. It's something like a week.
I couldn't tell you why you specifically, but if I had to wager a guess, it might be something to do with sort of your, mental health being impacted by them, or by that incident. Like the commonality between those two times is the hardship for you.
I almost died and I saw a ghost. Cool.
That's
I mean, yeah, that was bad.
that or something to do with the near-death experience. That's just conjecture, though. I don't really have any evidence.
Great.
I'll if you want me to stay, I can.
No, I think you should probably go clean yourself off. You're a
Oh.
little...
Right. That I am, I suppose.
What a fun night.
What a fun night. Spooky man. spooky person.
What are the rest of you up to?
Frank is the neighborhood watch. Criminals beware. It's what he's doing. He's bored. He hasn't heard train noises in a bit, and he's getting.
Yeah, I don't know. But I guess I don't know what sort of would stand out to you, right, on this walk of yours. I don't know what kind of Frank considers something remarkable.
To be honest, remarkable thing for Frank, like as far as like who's doing graffiti, remarkable thing would be someone standing there with spray paint about to do graffiti.
Yeah.
Like that's the point.
Someone wearing a T-shirt that says "I do graffiti sometimes."
Yeah, he's not exactly the most suspicious person. So realistically, he's just kind of taking pleasant walks while looking around.
He's like, hey, you know, I've started doing a little bit of exercising. It feels good. I'm feeling good. I just might as well keep this up.
Yeah.
The local vandal is kind of a nice bonus if it comes to it, you know.
Yeah. Did you ever run into Marshall again?
I mean, probably, if we're being completely honest. That motherfucker hangs around, quite a bit, so... I wouldn't be surprised if, like, you catch him, like, you know, coming out of, Moss Diner with, like, a little bit of takeout.
I think he, like, just stops, waves, says hi.
You get, like, my arms are full with, like, way more food than... like, you would think I could consume by the size of me. Like, full, like, arm acknowledgement, I guess. Like, why the fuck are you here, you know?
I think Frank's gonna kind of be like, you need help carrying any of that?
I'm like, fine, he says, as he almost spills, like, an extra large, like, soda cup.
Come on, let me help you carry some of that to your van. I don't want you to spill something you paid good money.
Yeah, I mean, his van is parked literally as far away from the door as it could get, so... there's that.
Frank goes and helps.
But... yeah, there's like, he like awkwardly fumbles everything into sort of a spot in the back of this fucking van.
I think kind of like as they're walking over, Frank just kind of says, so what brings you out here? Not actually.
He
Granton
like
is
looks
not-
at you. What?
Granton's not exactly a hub of activity. What brings
No
you out
fucking
here?
kidding me. I was born,
Yeah,
and then...
same for me.
You know. Haven't escaped yet.
Yeah, I went down the rabbit hole of inheriting an ice cream shop, and now I never escape. Frank kind of chuckled.
Noticeable, horrified shudder from our board marshal.
Hey, if you ever want to go down a similar path, I'm...
I would rather jump off Keaton's Ridge. No offense, I guess. But like also...
Frank gives like a Santa Claus laugh and says, and says, "Yeah, I can't blame you."
Ugh. He's like on like he kind of just like sits in the back of the van and starts like unpacking food and is like, "You want some tendies?" Like I don't know.
I'm good for now. So, other than this van, what else do you do around here? There's not that much to do. You like hiking?
No.
No.
I don't know. I mostly just kind of like hang out.
Aw, come on. Everybody's got hobbies, you know? There's X person down the street with this hobby, X person down the street with this hobby.
Coward!
Cynthia, whose hobby seems to be poking into everyone's lives for some reason.
And knitting.
Actually horrible. I don't know. I guess I kind of have, like, the music thing that exists.
Oh, you play music?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. I was in a garage band when I was 14.
Of course you were, motherfucker.
Do you think that Frank Smith growing up in like the 80s wasn't in a garage
Oh, I'm
band?
not denying that it doesn't sound 100% accurate. I'm just... Of course he was, you know?
What kind of music? Do you play rock, smooth jazz, classical?
Just, I don't know, music, guitar, stuff. Listen, you wouldn't, like, get it, you know?
Oh, I'm too old to get it?
Yeah, sure, something like that.
Frank kind of goes under his breath, like, jokingly, like, darn kids.
Oh, I do have image. Okay, hold on.
We do
Show
get
us, man.
to see
I was just
Marshall.
looking for something that didn't, like, because it's all sketches, right? So I was looking for something that didn't have, like, actual, basically, character spoilers on it. That was my only goal. Well, I'll put that in the Discord. Rip to our viewers at home who don't get to see. I'll upload something on social media later. My files are too powerful. Despite the fact that I copied this from a Discord.
Yeah, that's my favorite, is...
Copy the link instead. Press strat.
Man.
A hateful boy.
Angie.
Oh my
Anyway,
god.
he's currently shoveling, like, chicken tenders onto his face.
When we were loading stuff into the van, and like I'm assuming Frank got like a little bit of a peek
A
at the
peek?
inside.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, yeah, probably.
Like, what's generally going on in there? The big thing I want to know, is there like a bedroll sleeping area in there? Is he living out of the van?
No, it's like, there's like a pretty big, like, it's mostly empty. There's a pretty big, like, backpack in there, a guitar case, so there's some backup to that, to his claims there. There's not a whole lot else going on. Like, there's definitely, like, probably, like, stuff for, like, camping, but it's not, like, he's not nesting back here, you know? It's, like, all packed up.
There isn't like a setup mattress back there.
Yeah, nothing like that.
Okay, so good. He's probably not living in the van. I think Frank's basically just going to continue casual small talk and then go, alright, I'm going to continue my walk, have a good evening.
Yeah. You too. Like, why the fuck is this dude here, and why the fuck is he talking to me?
Random hateful man is miffed by polite conversation.
Just a bit put upon by the fact that he has to, like, talk to someone, you know?
Fair enough. And I think on the way out, Frank's gonna be like, if you ever need anything, just stop by the ice cream shop.
Okay. Sure.
Frank walks away.
Man, Frank had delinquent children, and I saw this whole setup coming from a mile away. I'm excited.
Listen, Frank is here to do exactly one thing, and that is be dad.
True. Well, listen. No, it's to be bad influence uncle, but go off. Same difference.
He's not that bad of an.
You let your children take Milo to the Granton Spook House.
And didn't, like, do more than call them out on it.
Listen, walking up to an abandoned house, it means they're not smoking meth behind the building. I would
Where's your
rather.
evidence? Where is it?
They're better.
That's why they're seeing the ghosts. That's where it gets
Anyways.
its name.
Frank is of the opinion that there's much worse things a teenager can be doing than looking at spooky house.
You're not wrong.
That is
Unless
true.
the spooky house tries to kill you. In which case,
Yeah.
then you are wrong. How about the rest of you? What day is it?
We just did Wednesday.
Cool.
That was Wednesday evening, so it is Thursday the 25th.
Thursday, 25th.
Twice.
We caught up, by the way.
I noticed. Today
It's now.
happens to be the 25th.
Yeah.
I'm curious. Does train noises happen exactly to?
You don't wake up in the middle of the night.
Okay, because it's been now 9 days since. Last time it was 8 days between.
8 days since it. When it said yes, your observations are correct.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find some pattern in when train noises happen.
You can't make a pattern with 2 data points.
I know, which is why I'm wondering which is why I'm thinking, okay, I didn't get the trend line. I wonder what the new pattern is. Finger tapping.
I don't want to get arrested again. But I do want to go to the spook house.
Oh, good Christ.
But I'm not going to because I will get arrested again. Plus, Tom seems like he's having problems.
I mean,
Okay.
it's not like new. It's just something.
I thought they stopped doing that, you know? Anyways.
Yeah, me too.
Cynthia? Are you like, you forgetting something?
God damn it. God damn it. Alright, sure. What's it have for me? What do we got?
Well, there's an address. And it's not one you've seen in the book before. I'm not gonna say you don't know where it is, because you might, but, and instructions in the way that this book gives instructions, which is incredibly cryptically.
I love that part.
You're to intervene. You're to protect.
That's what it says?
Yeah.
Cool.
There's also a time. And a date.
What's that time and date?
Well, it's tomorrow. At 2 in the morning.
God damn.
Cool. Which is
26.
2 a.m. Cool. I think Cynthia is going to spend the rest of her day trying to find that address.
It's not that hard to find.
All right.
In fact, like I said, I think you might know it already. There's certainly a chance you recognize it in that moment. It is the address of the Carpenters.
The Carpenters.
Yeah.
Kai's looking at me like I know who this is.
Oh, for
Kai,
fuck's
please
sake.
jog my memory.
No shit, it's
Is it the Carpenters?
Ella Rose, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
Cool.
who
it
was
didn't
there.
make it onto the wiki. That's
I heard. I was like, who's a carpenter in this town? Why the woodworker? I hate it here sometimes. Cool. Ella Rose's house, eh?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You've done basically a whole week and haven't managed to check on her like you said you were gonna do on Sunday.
True, you're right.
You've been too busy bothering Tom.
Things have come up, okay? Listen. I feel like that evening is maybe a once Cynthia's located that as the address, hey, let's go check in on how Ella Rose is doing.
Yeah.
Sort of thing. Like a good evening for that, I think, because she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I promised you I'd do this thing and then I forgot.
Yeah, no, you can go to.
It's an idea.
You can go there for tea.
Yeah,
In the
tea.
afternoon.
Late afternoon tea. Cool. How's Ella Rose? How's her house? What's the vibes?
I mean, she's flighty and nervous because it's Ella Rose we're talking about. The house is
Right.
nice, very clean, very put together, very picturesque, sort of for the region. I don't know. She insists she's doing well.
Kai's dying and I don't know why.
What that piece of paper?
Which one?
This one.
Back away.
No, this one that you just moved. Where did it end up?
I don't know. Sorry, Kai.
Top of my notebook.
So, yeah, chatting. I want to read between the lines here. I think Cynthia's gonna try to probe a little bit deeper into what has had Ella Rose so bothered
Yeah.
and skittish over the last couple weeks since the start of the campaign.
For as long as you've known her.
For as long as I've known her, besides the everything that is her life. Because now I have evidence to believe that it's maybe something beyond just the everything that's her life. So yeah, I think Cynthia's going to ask maybe a couple of probing questions just in a moment.
Dice. Give me an angle.
Read between the lines. I'm concerned about her health
This feels
and
like
well-being.
soul.
This feels very soul to me. So, soul is the angle. Read between the lines is the move. We're rolling some dice. This one's coming. Alright, so a 7 and my 2 soul makes 9. Which means I get 1 hold. And I think what I'm really wanting to ask here is, what are you worried will happen?
I think you get. I think this is sort of your conclusion from the culmination of an entire conversation, right?
Yeah.
Because she's sort of in the privacy of her own home with someone that she knows she can trust. You hear a little bit of everything. Among other things, she's just been super strung out all the time, and she's it's anxiety, and she's debating if she needs to get actual medical help for it, and it's a whole thing. And then it sounds like her and her husband have maybe had a falling out or two recently, and that you don't really have a beat on the magnitude of those fights because she doesn't really address them a whole lot more other than to say that they happened, and that she's worried that she's gonna get left up here with no connections, basically. But also, like Cynthia, like, she's young, and this is kind of, like, she's, like, fairly recently married, and this might just be, like, early marital, like the first big fight, you know, after marriage, where it's like everything's on fire and we're getting a divorce, but not actually. But also maybe it's legitimate, but you don't know because she's already done talking about it. And it's just like thing after thing after thing, you know, she really wants kids, he doesn't want kids. That's kind of probably what they were fighting about, but also, like, does not get framed that way to you ever. Just like, and she takes this opportunity to just dump everything on you. None of it is, like, supernatural, if that's what you're listening for.
Cool. It's just all of the everything in her life right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool.
And then afterwards, she's like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for, like,
No, it's
dumping
okay.
this all
It's
on
okay.
you."
I'm glad you have someone to talk about this. I know it's like you've been keeping it in, and it's been wearing on you. I can tell. But so, if you want me to stop by a little more often, I can do that. I can, if there's anything I can. I mean, obviously, I don't want to intervene too much.
No, I think things are gonna get better. I do. I do too. It's just been a lot. But really, you don't need to worry about anything. I think things are looking up.
All right. Cool. I think that's Cynthia's then gonna go, like, after sort of tea conclusion of conversation. Cynthia's gonna go, like, pace around, I think, a bit for a couple of hours. I feel like after Tom had, like, maybe, because how far out is Ellarose? How long does that, like, drive
she's, like,
take?
Not far from town proper.
Okay, cool. So, like, probably not quite within walking distance, or...
Yeah, not within walking distance, but, like, close by a drive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think how the rest of Cynthia's attitude goes is, like, pacing around, making sure, like, extraneous, checking through the contents of her purse and the other things that are sort of in her purse a couple of times. And, like, she probably, like, writes out a handwritten letter to address to Tom.
All right. Just to have.
Yeah, I don't know if that's something we're necessarily going to be able to resolve now-ish, but I know more or less what it says, so we'll get to that later. But I think, like, how out of the way is Tom's place from Ellarose?
I think you're kind of working with, like, an equidistant triangle, roughly. Maybe a little bit more like this, between, like, town proper, Tom's house, and the carpenter's house.
Yeah, I think this letter, like, has, like, Tom written on it, and is, like, just gets left on her kitchen table for now. I don't think we need to drop it off. Who knows if we'll even need it. So, yeah, and then I think about, I don't know, midnight, 1 a.m., Cynthia, again, doesn't want to be, like, parking her car in Elrose's driveway because this is already weird enough as it is. But yeah, I think, like, a little bit early, we're arriving maybe a half an hour before 2 a.m. Probably takes a nap in there somewhere, too.
And then...
So, Cynthia's got her stuff. She's got her hiking boots.
Hey, I heard the funny noise.
She's got her umbrella.
Follow.
She's got her funny little umbrella, and she's ready.
All right,
And we're
ready.
We're
you
ready.
get to fucking wait half an hour.
True.
Because the book is very
Precise. I'm sure it wouldn't lie.
Absolutely not.
Never.
So yeah, you are kind of... Where are you hanging out? I guess is my question.
I think where Cynthia's hanging out is like, I don't know what their house is sort of like. Is it just like in town, or is it like out of the way a little bit?
It's out of the way a little bit. It's not like
All right.
there's a road, there's a driveway, there's a house.
I think we're like hanging out at the end of their driveway, and then till like 1:58 strikes, and then that's when we're walking up the driveway.
Yeah.
Because it is precise.
So you're like, well, okay, this works. So you are walking up the driveway. And the house kind of comes into view. You know, it's all wooded, so you can't really see it from the road super well. And you kind of reach the sort of like you're like the parking lot, I guess, in so much as there is one.
The like
at the house.
larger spot where you would put the cars. That
Exactly.
is basically just driveway.
And you stop, but the footsteps behind you don't.
I do like a heel turn.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she's already got like a flashlight out in one of her hands, like a pretty big hefty flashlight.
Hell yeah. So in front of you is someone. You doubt they're from around here, just by the vibe.
Just by the vibe.
They are quite tall, and they are dressed in fairly dark sort of flowy clothing. Very like eco-goth vibes. Anyone remember that aesthetic? No, just me? Okay. No, but like, you know, it's not like robes, it's like a cardigan and like a skirt or like super loose slacks. One of the two. And you know, like big ol' stomping black boots. And they kind of like look at you like, and you can still, one, that like they don't even like squint at the flashlight, and two, they mostly just look like confused / intrigued more so than like anything else. Which is perhaps a bit interesting, because like you're not supposed to like neither of you are supposed to be here, so that's interesting.
Well, I'm supposed to be here, but I'm not supposed to be here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
But they like wave a like ring, like they like got a couple like choice rings on their fingers, and they like, you know, do a little wave, and they're like, evening.
Good evening. How can I help you?
Excellent question. Care to explain what brings you out here tonight?
No.
Well, then I doubt there's much you could do that would help me. I wasn't expecting to run into anyone, is all.
I'm sure you weren't. May I ask what you have what your business is?
Huh. Sorry, I guess I'm just not used to not. I'm not used to having to articulate, explain myself rather. You know, it's probably nothing to worry about. So, if you don't mind, I'll just sneak past you here.
I think Cynthia steps to like the whatever direction they're moving to get by.
Listen, I understand that, you know, this is perhaps not a typical occurrence for you, but I really do have work to do.
Care to explain what your work is?
I'm not quite sure that would be a good idea, if I'm being honest.
That's what I think.
So
Still,
are you gonna stand here, like, all night?
I'm going to stand here until either you explain what you're doing or leave.
But I don't think me explaining what I'm doing would make you not continue to obstruct what I'm doing. Does that make sense?
I follow the logic, though I can't say I agree. As it stands, I already don't trust your motives. So, again, I'm going to have to ask you to remove yourself from these premises.
So why are you here, though?
That is my business.
Certainly, but you've made it mine also.
I have received information that
From where?
I cannot disclose. I've received information that I need to be here at this time. Or it has
For
suggested.
why? For what purpose?
Again, that is not something I'm able to tell you.
Is it directly to interfere with me?
I do believe the word intervene was used.
Huh. Well, that is interesting. Alright, well, you seem particularly committed to this, vigil, so I will leave you to it. In the event that you happen to find something better to do, feel free to let me know so I can, get back to work. I'll see you around, I guess. I'm gonna be in town for a bit, so.
Where can I find you?
Oh, I don't suspect you will be finding me, if I have anything to say about it. Toodles! And they walk back, they like, turn the walk back up the driveway.
I think Cynthia will follow them at least to the end of the driveway.
Uh-huh. They, like, give you one last look over their shoulder and, like, a wave, like, see ya.
Cynthia does not
Fucking
return the gesture.
weirdo.
I should have rolled dice.
You should have done.
Yeah. I think Cynthia takes a little longer just to like pace around the edge of the property or anything else.
Yeah.
Sort of a miss. And then head back up the driveway. Stand there for a little longer,
Yep.
and then head back to her car.
That sounds like Cynthia's night.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of this character.
You don't even know the half of it. Cool.
Hot take: this character is actually just death.
What the fuck? What the fuck are the rest of you doing?
On Thursday or on other days?
Follow your heart. Whatever day you choose.
Any of the days.
January 23rd, 2022. What are you doing?
Frank now has a favorite walking route that he takes to be the neighborhood watch. It's what he does
Oh
now.
my god.
Well, it's good for him. Exercise is important.
Yeah, he's gotta work off some of those ice cream calories.
Exactly.
I think Tom is inclined to do research again about. I mean, he's sort of like done this research already when it comes to these things, but he didn't have much of an idea of like. It was sort of ghost research at that point. It wasn't like spooky shadows in the woods.
And the difference between those
Research.
two things are.
I don't know that there's. On the one hand, there's Hector, and on the other hand, there's the things in the woods. Which is not like a distinction that I expect the internet or anyone would be particularly willing to draw, but it's at least sort of like a dotted line that Tom is starting to draw in his head, which might be a hot take.
Well, I'm just curious on how this research differs from previous research, you know?
Yeah. Alright, it's very possible that this is just research that Tom is doing, like, not at 3 a.m. in, like, an adrenaline-fueled panic haze. Though I don't expect that was what all of the research that he did was like, but...
Well, and my other point is, like, all the research you've already done was about this thing. Right? You have binders worth of content about this already.
Yeah.
So
it might just. I mean, this is like the fact that the Cynthia found out sort of something resembling new information that like. They don't like interacting, so it might even just be like sort of looking through the stuff that I already have to be like, okay, with that and the fact that they don't obviously seem malevolent, what can I like pare down or like can I narrow this out at all?
Narrow down in terms of what?
In terms of like what it might be, I guess, like if there's any kind of classifications of like funky, shadowy figures that like you get too close and they eat you or anything, then
It's all fucking ghosts. What do you mean? Ghosts are like by definition the spooky, shadowy things that don't actually physically interact with you. That's all. It's not a poltergeist. I guess I don't know ghost classification.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to do my funny research move.
Yeah,
again.
but I don't know what you want to get out of it, and I haven't found something that I can give you yet, as far as you've articulated things.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm angling for what might be causing this phenomenon, but if it's just sort of vaguely unspecified, the ghost, That's not.
Yeah, you don't have anything to.
Yeah, I don't
base
have
that
that
off
much
of,
information
you know?
to go off of.
Just start
I don't
an
have that
Ask
much
FM
to work
thread.
with.
It's 2014. I use Ask FM.
Yep, I'll get right on that.
But like, you don't have any information to work off of. You know?
Yeah.
Which isn't to say you don't have any information, full stop. You just don't have anything that can answer that question, for example.
I don't know. It might just be a night spent like reorganizing the files and everything, and just sort of like looking at them and being like, maybe not a productive night, but just doing it anyway for the sake of doing
What do
something.
you mean? Anyone else up to anything?
Oh, babe.
Milo?
Yeah, Milo is being bothered by an email.
True.
Uh, but I'm trying to think of what I could do about that, you know?
Yeah.
Where did I go? Okay.
Did Ella Rose notice anything happening last night?
That's a question I'm saving for an book.
Okay.
I like just checked in on her. It'd be weird.
Yes.
We are. I don't know how much of a good description or like a good sort of view of the person question mark she saw in the driveway yesterday
Pretty
last
fucking
night.
clear. I mean, you had the flashlight. It was dark out, but it wasn't like...
Cool. So we got a pretty clear look at this person.
Yeah.
I feel like Cynthia's probably gonna like spend a day poking around, just seeing if she can find anything. I think she's even not anticipating.
Yeah, I was gonna
but-
say, I don't know if I can give you much for that.
Yeah, but I think it's something she's doing for sure. Just like trying to figure out, like, see if she runs into anyone like that. Not that she expects she will. Beyond that, I'm not sure what she can do to look into that at the moment. Given her pretty much absence of leads on that person, besides an ominous light, we'll probably run into each other again, but I will be the one finding ye. Which is not ominous at all.
It's not.
It's probably fine. Yeah, I think Cynthia's next big thing is like knitting club on Sunday.
What about the rest of yous?
It's getting to the point where honestly Tom might try to go back to the spook house, but literally y'all called there are cops. Not that I like know that, but also I don't.
That just means you gotta go the back way. The Milo.
I don't know the back way.
True.
I know the driveway, which is where the cops are. I think I'm starting to feel sort of like there is information, I just don't know that I have any real like leads. Or maybe resources.
Frank is still just doing his damnedest to find Graffiti Man. By doing his damnedest, he's walking around. But it's what he can do.
I think at this like I think yeah, I don't know, Frank, you've not seen any graffiti happening, especially like not since you've taken up your sort of patrol.
Huh, maybe it's working.
Maybe.
Tom still has the spooky shadow things to think about.
Yeah, how do I go looking into those?
That is the question.
Because I seriously doubt the answer is go like just like stand on my front porch and just be like, what the fuck do you want with me?
Honestly, just
That
throw
would be
a
the
rock at one-
Milo approach.
Throw a rock at one of them. Do it.
That will
I considered it.
Like, see what happens. Because usually a ghost wouldn't care. Because it'll just pass right through them.
I mean, they do seem kind of incorporeal.
Okay, my yard is like pretty big though. I can't really throw a rock across my entire yard, I don't think.
Get
Get
it,
a
you're not a
gun,
weakling.
coward. Shoot the ghost.
Shoot him.
Yeah, if you ask Frank to pull up with the 22, he'll just, you know.
And loser were hunting ghosts. Cockshot. I'm pretty sure he's part of the Paranormal Preservation Society
You can
also.
shoot the ghost.
Listen, ammunition sales have a tax that goes towards wildlife preservation. Whenever you shoot your gun, you're preserving nature.
True. Absolutely how that works.
Jesus.
Everything I said there is true.
Almost everything you said finished.
By shooting your gun, you're preserving nature. The ammunition goes to fund nature preservation. What do you want?
I don't want to antagonize the like thing either. That doesn't sound like a good
They're
idea.
being rude. You can antagonize them.
Yeah, but maybe they're gonna kill me.
He's
Well,
got a
haven't
point.
so far.
They've just showed up after I've almost died.
Yeah, they're being extremely rude. You can at least tell them off for being rude.
I don't want to antagonize them. I don't. The real answer to that is I personally would be like, it's something that I would do to try. It's not the kind of thing. Tom is not going to antagonize the things on the edge of the woods.
Because Tom is a coward.
Very reasonable.
Valid
yeah.
of him. The rest of you just have
Yeah.
no survival instinct.
Yeah.
Have you
And
guys
they've never been in the same spot, and there's only been one of them at once. Just, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's not, like, any obvious pattern. They're just hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Hector just wants to keep in touch with his buddy while he's recharging his ghost power.
If only.
We plug him in with a USB-C cord.
Listen, gotta keep tabs on him, and when you're low on ghost battery, you just turn into shadow figure.
Oh,
That's
shit,
my
oh,
theory.
shit, guys, my ghost's battery ran low. I gotta plug him in.
That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
It's an interesting theory.
That's
I
just
mean,
a theory.
it's not
Ghost theory.
The ghost theory! Thanks for watching.
It's not something I haven't considered. I don't have to. I was almost. I was. That sentence is going somewhere.
It's okay. Take your time.
I had a strong suspicion that it might be that. I'm not sure anymore. Or at least that the thing in the woods might be Hector. It's just that I've started seeing them again. Which is, like, weird. Especially if I brought them with me. Or something like that.
Have you ever seen Hector and the Shadow People at the same time? Boom. No, you haven't. Both are ghosts. Boom. We're done here.
I don't know. Is there anything
I
in
feel
the,
like that logic
everything-
applies to a lot of stuff.
Is there anything in the, like, all of the research that I did several months ago about, like, seeing ghosts and near-death experiences or anything like that?
I mean... Do you have a consult your research move? Is that a thing?
Yeah, I have a, when I look at my notes move. I can do that. That's the second time I've rolled a 4 on this move today. I'm not allowed to know things. It's a 3 plus 4 plus 2 is 6.
Yeah.
Mark experience.
The internet has said before that sometimes when you have a near-death experience, you do see a ghost.
Great.
This is true.
I doubled my experience this session.
Listen, you just made a friend while you were in hell, and keep up.
If Tom DePasca ever fucking met McLaughlin, his heart would stop and he'd drop dead momentarily afterwards.
Yeah.
In which case, you would get to go meet McLaughlin again.
I don't think Tom would be
I don't think
invited
that's
to
how it
hell at this point.
works. Yeah, I don't.
He doesn't get to. He's not cool enough.
He's not cool. He's not fun enough to go to hell.
No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any. I want to know things. The dice have decided that no knowledge for me.
Well, and the fact of the matter is you just don't have any information to go off of.
Yeah, I
which
don't have
is
anything to work
fine.
on. I don't have anything to work with. I
You
don't.
don't have to solve all of your problems right now.
I want to though. I
I'm
want to
putting
solve
pawns on the
something.
chessboard. You don't get to put me in checkmate yet. Like,
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. A lot of very unproductive looking through my old research. Because I haven't learned anything, I've just decided to go back to my, like, notes.
I have something. I have knitting club on Sunday. I have a couple of
True.
things I want to bring up there.
Well, we can do that if no one has anything to do between now and then.
I think
Just
Friday
a couple
night,
of days.
like, Frank Smith's gonna do another goes to the bar and listens into the local gossip.
Sounds like a plan to me.
What are people talking about?
Well, you gotta roll the dice for me to tell you that.
Since it's Friday night, he's probably not specifically talking to Wayne because Wayne's busy.
Busy, yeah.
Just someone. Ooh, that is an 11.
Hot damn.
Exciting.
What is the hot gossip?
What is the hot gossip?
So there's this old woman who got arrested for trespassing. At the school.
I mean, you're not wrong about that probably being in the mill at this point.
Probably.
I don't think there are enough details disclosed for it to have negatively affected the reputations of the people involved. You're welcome. But I do think that, like, you definitely probably hear a lot of, like, there were a couple arrests at the fucking, like, local haunted house because some idiots tried to, like, it's been escalated, you know, they tried to break in, you know, to this fucking dilapidated building and, you know, rumor has it one of them fell into the basement where the guy died, and it's, yeah, I'm sure that's probably being discussed a fair amount.
Frank's just, like, absolutely not mentioning he dragged Milo out of the basement. He's like, that's not, I'm not saying it. Milo does not need to get, you know, arrested again.
While you're there, you would probably also see, someone who's, I mean, kind of a regular, but, like, not, you guys don't really run in the same circles, I guess, and that is, well, I don't know if you know them personally. I guess you could roll for that if you wanted to, but...
Let's roll for it. Let's see how it goes.
Alright.
Fancy meeting you here. We are not on good terms. That was Snake Eyes.
Ouch!
Does my reputation go down again?
That's...
Is that how-
That's
so
what
if you
happens
failed
when
it,
you
then
fail
yes.
for the food.
Oh boy.
On a miss, you've been avoiding them. Explain why. Okay, so you should probably know who you're avoiding before you explain why you're avoiding them. Although I think maybe it should be chalked up to Frank being kind of an amiable drunk, which maybe wouldn't mesh well with this guy's vibes. However, the rule does establish that you do, regardless of the outcome, know who it is. So that means that you are aware of the existence of the man, the myth, the legend, Deacon Bruns. Deacon Bruns is a giant mountain of a man, with a beard so full and large and wild that, you know, like all the local manlets are jealous, you know? He is, you know, getting on in years, but that does not stop him from, like, being probably the biggest person in the room right now. Deacon Bruns, you would also probably know if you know fucking nothing else about him, is the, like, groundskeeper of the Granton Cemetery.
Ah.
And he's big. And he has, like, this kind of permanent, like, darkened scowl etched into his face. Sunken eyes, the whole 9 yards. This dude looks like bad news. He also looks like he eats human bones for breakfast. And he has access to them, so he may very well. Why have you been avoiding him exactly?
I feel like this is the case where Frank's just kind of scared of him.
Yes!
And that's the reason why.
Valid. He is terrifying.
Frank's just like, this dude's it's like, Frank tried to go up and be friendly once, and like interaction did not go well, and Frank's like, okay, never again.
Never again. Yeah, I think that checks out. So he's kind of like lurking in the corner, you know.
Frank is probably on the
Sulking around.
opposite side of the bar. So is that the local gossip? That man is here?
Well,
Like,
he's
from
here.
listening.
There's some, you know, folks hanging around. I think kind of like a lot of the gossip is like, you know, there's a handful of people who are making issue about the spook house. I mentioned that he's here because it's been contributed to the discussion that someone was poking around the grave of the guy who died in the house that the people were like arrested at, which is news to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there's this kind of this general air of unrest regarding the whole like, there's a general cognizance of the fact that a multitude of idiots have been worried about the same thing for a weirdly large amount of time and effort.
Yeah, like, one idiot going to the spook house and getting arrested, whatever.
Yeah, you know, you get drunk, you go poke around at the spook house. Valid.
2 to 3?
Now it
over the
sounds like
course of
grave
several
robbers.
days?
Like-
Alright, so local gossip, the rest of the party
also,
are...
no sign of graffiti for the last, like week and a half, you know? Just, like, nothing.
Frank internally, haha, I'm doing my job.
But, yeah, that's kind of where you're at. I don't know that there's a lot of, like, sort of hustle and bustle in the bar of anything that would be, like... that would, like, catch your ear other than that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's sort of the stuff that directly pertains to you.
Probably someone sobbing in the corner about how their girlfriend broke up with, you know, the usual kind of pointless stuff.
It's been a bad year for, like, coyotes at the local farms.
It
Like,
continues to be a bad year for Coyote.
true.
Someone's ranting about the, you know, local beetle infestation killing a bunch of trees. Do you have that in
Emerald
Vermont?
ash borers. Fuck them.
Hey, so you guys also have that in Vermont. Although I think it's a different kind of beetle.
I mean, beetles are just gonna cause problems. There's a lot of different types of beetle.
So yeah, Frank gets information, mostly that the rest of the party are kind of sus.
True. And also that if anyone ever figures out that it was them, they are bones. I own all your reputation. All your standing is mine.
I mean, so does Frank. Also has the power to like ruin any of their reputation.
I mean, yeah, true.
Except Cynthia, because he doesn't exactly know that Cynthia would be the woman who got arrested.
Not
True.
Tom's either. He can ruin Milo's reputation.
Yeah, he can just ruin Milo's reputation.
You got leverage, what can I say? And if you ruin Milo's leverage, Milo has demonstrated that Milo would take the other two down with him. So
That's true. Because Milo, well, yeah.
Alright. Well, that kind of puts us at the 5.5 hour mark if we want to start wrapping things up.
Do you want to do Netting Club first?
Oh, we can. Yeah, we can end on a knitting club. That won't take
Cool.
super long, I'd imagine.
Cool. So, yeah, Cynthia had 2 items on my agenda for this, and I forgot one.
Oh no.
It was because I mean Ella Rose was the obvious one here. Just trying to remember why there was another thing my brain had as happening at Knitting Club. Well, let's go forward with what I have. yeah, I think knitting club happens as usual. I think Cynthia's like a lot more attentive to how Ella Rose is doing than normal, I guess. Which is to say that she's always pretty attentive to it.
Yeah. I mean, Ella Rose looks like she's just fucking strung the fuck out.
Yeah.
Her, like, knitting needles are shaking.
I mean, I think, yeah, I think Cynthia's like just, like, hey, you're doing like even worse than usual. What's going on? You know?
Yeah, she's like, oh, it's nothing. I think I might have had, a little too much coffee this morning is all. I'm a bit, on edge, I guess. Sorry
Really?
for,
No, it's not a problem. I want to make sure you're doing all right. Um, if I don't know, I kind of want to read between the lines here because again, she doesn't talk about it, right? Um, or maybe like I don't know, if you want to like take a break for a little while, we can't. You don't have to stay here. I mean, again, you seem
no,
really
no,
sort of.
this is good, this is good for me. This is honestly the calmest I've been, in a while. You know, I think getting out and getting to, see people and make friends, it's important. It's good. I'm fine. This is.
All right. Do you want to maybe grab lunch after this?
I would
Just the two of
totally
us?
love to, but I did promise my husband that I would make him lunch today, because he gets out of work early, so, we thought we'd make, like, a little date of it.
That's exciting. Um, I feel like Cynthia maybe is like, what are you doing with that? What are you excited for about that?
Why am I excited to go on a date with my
No, I mean like,
husband?
no, just like like, I'm interested. Tell me more. You seem excited by this.
Yeah, and she's like, why am I excited on going with a date with my husband?
I don't know. Well, yeah, I suppose it's kind of silly to ask. Aside from that, you haven't had any other sort of issues pop up?
Not really.
Glad to hear it. Um, oh, actually, this reminds me. I ran into someone kind of weird earlier. I was wondering if any of you had sort of ever met anyone matching the description of the person in Ella Rose's driveway.
No one has.
Surprise, surprise. That's what the other thing on my agenda was. Well, no matter. I'm glad to hear all is well. Yeah, just the vibe.
Sick. Alright. Well. That brings Sunday to a close. We're what, a day ahead now of real life? Fine.
3.
No, because knitting club's on Sunday.
Yeah, but it's not a Saturday.
Yeah,
the 25th
it's
was not a
28th.
Saturday in 2014.
Yeah, the 25th was a Thursday. So
Right.
it's now the 28th.
However, it is now time to go through the end of thing. It's end of session move. Reflections from the top.
You got
Splash art
there.
order.
The questions are, Did you resolve an ongoing issue? I don't think so. We maybe caused a couple. Does it count if you cause an ongoing issue? Did we?
Did you roll with your
highlighted stat? No. Were you scared? The driveway scene got me. Not gonna lie.
Did you
and,
uncover any secret or hidden information?
Secret or hidden information?
I think that's the last one. We've gone entirely out of order, but I think that's the one that we haven't done yet.
I don't know if spooky figures are back counts as particularly secret or hidden information.
I don't think it was hidden or secret.
No.
I think they were standing in Tom's yard.
Yep. Same with the driveway man. Or
Driveway
person, I suppose. Same with driveway person, so I think the answer to that one's a no.
I want to do art of driveway person.
I
I want to do art of driveway person lit by Cynthia's flashlight. Alright, Frank.
Alright, for resolving a long-term issue, can I argue that Frank has resolved the long-term issue of how to get Milo to not get killed in the spook house, and that is by having cops out front all the time? The long-term issue of oh god, Milo's gonna get himself killed has kind of been resolved.
I thought you were going to argue that you'd solved graffiti.
Or that! Frank, to his knowledge, has solved graffiti.
You know what? Fuck it. No one said yes to that question yet. You can have it. I don't care.
Let's go. Roll with the highlighted stat. No. Driveway scene got me. Driveway scene. And then hidden secret or truth. No. But that is still 2 yeses. Yeah.
Milo.
Sorry, what are the questions again?
Did you uncover a hidden truth or secret?
No.
Did you roll with your highlighted stat?
No.
Were you scared?
No, I don't think so.
Did you resolve a long-term issue?
Also no.
I don't think anything that I did this session counted as a secret or hidden truth. I can't think of any immediately, so I probably, I don't know that. We learned some things about spooky shadow things, but I don't know that they count as secret or hidden truths. No long-term issues. I did roll with my highlighted stat. And yes, the thing being back in the woods was not something I was expecting, and it sure was spooky. Which is, you got 3 experience this session.
You know what it's time for now?
Yeah.
Diners, drive-ins, and dives, baby.
Go!
Cynthia, give us your diner and your drive-in.
Yeah.
My diner was the driveway scene. That was good. That was really good. I wish I had asked maybe some more questions. Well, rolled some dice to ask some questions, rather. But I enjoyed that scene immensely. My drive is that I'm looking forward to finding a way to get answers about any of the things that are happening. Looking forward to figuring that out. Also, maybe going to the spook house. I would like to go to the spook house.
Frank Smith.
Frank.
I need a diner and a drive-in.
Diner is getting to begin the process of adopting Marshall.
I'll render you some martial art.
Drive-in. What's the train whistle, Kellen? What's with the whistling, Kellen? It's the
I'll never tell.
impression, Kellen. Yeah, that's the drive-in.
Milo? Diner in the drive-in?
I don't know. I think my diner would probably be. I thought it was hilarious that Milo got caught by the cops instead of Cynthia.
That was really good.
I could not have scripted a railroaded experience more perfect than Milo taking the heat for Cynthia. Iconic moment.
Then Cynthia also ending up in jail anyways.
I just imagine them bringing her in, walking past like the like holding cell that Milo's in, or like the like room that Milo's in, and just like them seeing each other like through a pane of like glass or something, and being like, "Oh, you motherfucker."
And then my drive-in. I don't know. I want to figure out what's going on with that email, Kellen.
Don't even worry about it. It's a fun email. You just got an email. I don't know what you want from me.
Some fun deep fried trees.
What?
Deep fried trees. It tastes better.
They're crispy.
They're also like pink. Why is it like this? These are all questions.
Alright. My diner. Oh wait, yeah, you do have to go. I thought you had just gone. I don't know. You made comments at one point, and my brain was like, "And Kai has spoken." Moving on.
My diner is I think Tom confronting Cynthia about what the fuck do you mean you saw the thing out the window? And just that whole like, I mean it didn't really go anywhere, but just the like, you mean I wasn't fucking hallucinating the entire time and you could have told me?
I stand by that decision.
Yeah, and I think I'm looking forward to knowing more things. That's not very specific. I don't know anything. I mean, I'm like, the two things that I've been looking into are spooky thing out the window and a Hector. And one of those didn't show up at all this session. I don't know if it will again. The cops were at the spook house, which was not helpful to learning things about the spook house.
Which is my fault entirely.
Yes, I blame you for the cops. But yeah, I don't know. I think it would be nice to see Hector again, is what I'm going with.
Alright. My diner is... I think we had some good, like, PC on PC stuff happen this session. It was like a very, like, that heavy, session. And I think that was kind of sick. We had some good convos happening that, like, were able to direct themselves and didn't go on for too long and, like, were productive. All while being in character. So that was kind of sick. Good job.
I remembered Frank Smith got to make a threat. That was also really...
that was perfect.
Yeah.
My drive-in is I want to see you all go out and get your fucking hands dirty next session instead of waiting for me to hand you things. 'Cause I'm not gonna. I have some stuff that's on timers, and it will happen when it happens, but, like, if you want stuff, you gotta go get it. That goes for pretty much fucking every experience in this game, so I'm looking forward to seeing some more some more proactive searching out of things. Shout out to, I mean, Cynthia and Frank have done some serious work in that department, which has been cool to see. Now for our regularly scheduled dive. So it's Sunday night. I say Sunday night. It's sort of Sunday late afternoon. When two things happen. The first thing, I need to know where Frank Smith's at right now.
Sunday, I think Sunday is, I'm pretty sure, his paperwork day at the ice cream shop,
Yeah.
where he just sits in the back and does paperwork.
Frank, you're sitting in the back of the ice cream shop, and you're doing some paperwork. You know, it's a Sunday. And that's when you hear it. A train whistle. Louder than it was last time. Or maybe you're just awake to hear it better.
He's gonna kind of like stand up and like walk into the main room of the ice cream shop.
Uh-huh.
He still hears it?
Yep.
Go
And
find
then
it.
it
Right.
fades off into the distance. Into, like, the sound, like, fades off.
And it's getting closer.
Yeah, it's getting closer.
Something
Frank's-
else happens. This fine Sunday afternoon. Cynthia realizes that she's probably forgetting something.
Fuck. What am I forgetting?
Well, it's a good thing that you left a note for yourself. That you needed to be at the carpenter's house in an hour.
Did the date change today?
Mm-hmm.
Or what? Cool. Catch that next session.
And we'll be back next week, folks.
Like,
All right, yeah. No, we'll, I might try and get some streaming in during the week this week. We'll see. Maybe some art would be cool. But yeah, that's about it for us on this fine Saturday. So we'll see you all later. All right, end stream. Fuck yeah.